also trying to turn over roster. They got a negative goal differential in the 30s, I believe, and yet they're in the playoff spot or favored to make the playoffs this year. Is that a testament to what Carbury's done? Maybe the remnants of a Stanley Cup champion team are still there from 2018. Like, what sort of team is this, and what sort of job has Spencer Carbury done for you?
Well, what I think, though, Justin, I think at this time of year, you get so many teams. I mean, Washington were sellers at the deadline, right? That's how Joel Edmondson ends up in Toronto. And part of that is it takes pressure off because it's almost like saying, okay, we don't expect anything. And then teams go on a roll. And it's funny, my son sent me this. Was, you gotta love social media, right? It showed when the LA Kings were all wearing Wayne Gretzky jerseys in warm-up. So they all had 99 Gretzky, and there was a wide shot of all of the Kings players wearing 99 Gretzky, and the post was the Buffalo Sabres every March when they're out of a playoff spot. And it's true. Then you get on a roll and you get back close, which is where the Washington Capitals are now. And Detroit's finding the same thing. It's one thing to be in the mix. And really not have the expectation that you should make the playoffs. But then when you get close, you see how difficult it is, to battle against the Islanders and the Red Wings. And, even the Philadelphia Flyers are in range of the Washington Capitals right now. But how much harder it gets once you get close, to cross that finish line and get into the postseason. So I think right now, Washington, they're coming back from a West Coast road trip, which traditionally are difficult games to play. The first one back home after that West Coast trip. But it'll be interesting to see, maybe in the first 5 minutes, do they really believe they've got a shot at getting into the postseason? Or is it a run and a compliment to them that they got close?
All right, Ralphie, we'll let you keep all your content for the actual broadcast.
No, I've already used it all.
You gave us your best.
Now you're down from 30% to 20%. We're in trouble. Get Armin on it.
Yeah, you got the best of me.
There we go. I hope everyone's listening.
Armin can recharge the battery.
Yeah. All right, Ralphie, appreciate it.
Okay,
we'll chat soon.
guys.
Thanks. It's Jim Ralph, of course, of tonight's broadcast here. Leafs and Capitals in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, you mentioned, the schedule down the stretch or coming back from a difficult road trip. It doesn't get easier for Washington. I mean, the Maple Leafs are a legitimate opponent, obviously, but in terms of the playoff race and what's left on the schedule, Washington's got the fourth toughest strength of schedule remaining. And of course, they are favored to go to the playoffs, but they're going to have to overcome a pretty difficult road in order to get there. And I guess it starts tonight with the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah, so Capitals won 3 straight games coming into tonight. They're 10-4-1 in their last 15. They beat the Flames on Monday night, as we just said, leapfrogging the Red Wings for the final wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference. First time that they were in a playoff spot since January 2nd. And Spencer Carbury deserves probably a lot of credit. I mean, I'm not in the Washington beat, but I hope he's getting it because this team was not even a threat. And now they are right up in the mix. Jack Adams Award, I can't find it. I'm looking right now to see if it's up online. But, obviously there's some big names that could win that award. But I'm just curious where he would be slotted because, I found it. Because, he's third. Rick Tocchet.
Okay. So
minus 390.
He's making some inroads then.
Minus 390.
Yeah.
Paul Maurice plus 900.
Yeah.
And then Spencer Carbury 14-1.
Okay. So, 14-1, there's definitely a price drop here. So people have been betting it, I suppose. The problem is it requires two things. It requires the Capitals to overcome this brutal schedule down the stretch, right? And get into the playoffs. But it also probably requires the Vancouver Canucks to fall apart a little bit. Because you mentioned it, minus 390, Rick Tocchet, Vancouver, the narrative is perfect. I mean, you're taking over for Bruce Boudreau. The team was broken last year, or at least when he found it. And they've turned into the division winners, presumably, in maybe the toughest division in hockey. So the story is there definitely for Tocchet, who, by the way, is friendly with media members who are voting on this award. So it feels like it would take a Canucks fall in order for that to happen. But certainly Carbury could be in Vegas at the end of June, nominated for this award because he's done a great job with a group that probably shouldn't be sniffing around postseason contention like they are.
All right, we've got a little audio from earlier in the day. Sheldon Keefe talking about Domi and Matthews, and we just talked about some of these line combinations that have been happening with Mitch Marner out. This is Sheldon Keefe earlier, how he feels about Domi and Matthews just getting on the same line last night.
I liked it. They made some plays to each other, found each other, so that was good and encouraging. I felt I needed to the change, not necessarily the Matthews line, but some other lines in the early going with the way things started out and how they were chasing some of the matchups. I had to change the lines, and I wanted to be sure I didn't lose Max in that process. So I decided to put him with Austin, and I thought those guys worked well together.
We mentioned a little earlier about Mitch Marner not traveling with the team with that high ankle sprain. You really do feel like you miss him, specifically with that power play. Like, it's 1 for 27 in their last 10 games, which is brutal. They've struggled all season long, really, with PK and PP consistency. But there you go. It's Mitch Marner is definitely missed in a lot of aspects on this ice, and I think they're trying to find a fit with Matthews too.
Yeah, and that's interesting. Because this is definitely an exploratory moment for Sheldon Keefe. Without Mitch Marner, you can look at other partnerships. And I suppose, he's got to balance that with, objective A, which is winning hockey games. It's still important that they rack up points and don't fall out of the top 3 in the Atlantic Division. But I do kind of question the lineup a little bit that he's putting out there on the ice and and the combinations he's going with, because, well, you're abandoning something and you're going with lineups that I don't know if you'll ever use in the playoffs. Like, you want to see it, I suppose. Bertuzzi, Matthews, and Domi, Nyes, Tavares, Nylander being the top 6 tonight. But if Tavares is going to be the third-line center, and Tavares is going to anchor his own unit, and Tavares is going to make you a 3-line team instead of a 2-line team, well, then why are you creating this divide between the top and bottom 6 tonight where, you've got 2 fourth lines because you're jamming the top 2 lines? Like, I get wanting to see Matthews and Domi because I think maybe Domi could play with Matthews and Marner eventually. But Tavares and Nylander is a partnership it's not going to work. It hasn't worked. You moved off it, and yet without Mitch Marner, you go back to it. I guess, because you're trying to win this hockey game. But let's see if Tavares and McMahon and Robertson can build a little bit more chemistry, maybe take on second-line units tonight or second-line minutes tonight and lead you to a victory that way. I'd like to see them not go back to the default when you're losing Mitch Marner, because what's it going to look like in the playoffs? Let's see something close to that, because you got to build toward the playoffs. Here, it's just like, okay, this is one moment in time. It's going to be completely different, and we'll deal with it now in the here and now. But I just feel like that's not the proper way to build up to more important games.
I'm looking for tonight's lines to see if they've been posted yet. So if you've seen them, send them to me, Justin or Armin, because I'm curious if there's been any changes. I did just find it. Thank you. Any changes the way that's going to line up tonight? Bertuzzi, Matthews, Domi on that top line. Nyes, Tavares, Nylander, McMahon, Holmberg, Robertson, Dewar, Kampf, and Gregor. That's your forward lineup. Riley, McCabe, Edmondson, Liljegren, and Benoit and Timmins. So a Wall is getting the start as well tonight. It's a bit of a smorgasbord.
There's a couple things that that you won't see, right? I get Riley doesn't have his partner in Lyubushkin, but Riley's not going to play with McCabe in the playoffs, likely. McCabe's going to play with someone else. So why not keep McCabe with who he's going to play with? I guess it could be TJ Brody when we get down to it. But it'll be Riley and McCabe tonight. Benoit and Timmins, probably not something you're going to see in the playoffs either. And Edmondson and Liljegren, which is one unit that definitely has worked out pretty well. Liljegren's been playing really well since the trade deadline, and maybe that is your third pairing when they do start the Stanley Cup playoffs. So I like that pairing tonight. But again, I don't think this lineup tonight is going to look anything like, and I get Mitch Marner is going to likely be available for night 1 of the playoffs, but I'd like to see it at least have some resemblance of what you're going to get, because otherwise this is just a throwaway game in a lot of ways.
A part of me is like, maybe you try something that you learn could be in case of emergency break glass. I don't know if any of that is what is written on that lineup, but there might come a time in the playoffs where you just can't get anything going. You can't spark anything. And you remember that one game against the Washington Capitals and the Philadelphia Flyers where you did have something that worked. And maybe it's that tiny bit of chemistry that needs to spice something up. And you got Domi and Bertuzzi who hustle their butts off up there with Matthews, and you need something quick. Maybe someone goes down in the playoffs and you need someone. I'm on board with you. I'm trying to think that maybe there's something more to the blender of Sheldon Keefe this time around when, most of this you probably won't see, but it'd be interesting. Maybe you find a little connection that you didn't have before. McMahon, Robertson might not even be in the playoff lineup, but maybe this is a chance. Once again, Tommy, have you heard this before? To prove himself on this lineup. So, I mean, it's a bit of a mess. They're playing a team that has a lot to play for, too, and it's a team that is being well coached right now, and they're hot, and Ovi wants to score. So, you're not setting up your A-plus team, but you should still be able to be the Washington Capitals.
I mean, in the effort of consistency, or in the vein of consistency with the lines, like, why not give Robertson that chance to play with Austin Matthews tonight? Like, in place of Mitch Marner, the guy who, he took in the lineup because Mitch Marner's unavailable. That gave Robertson the pathway back to this lineup. Instead, it's kind of all mixed. And there is a lot of validity to what you're saying. Like, yeah, there could be something that you could pull out of the lineup tonight that is meaningful. But again, it kind of feels a little unlikely to me.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we'll give you our players to watch. We got 2 of them because we're greedy tonight. We'll set you up for Caps and Leafs. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Heron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Heathwood's all-brick homes are built with upgraded features and elevated finishes. Chef-inspired kitchens, spa-like en-suites, and a fully finished lower level. Even better, Williamsburg Green has parks, playgrounds, and trails to explore. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, it's a lovely spring day here on the beach. I came here for some solo time, like I do, but I got hungry instantly, so I went to Bob's Boardwalk Bistro when Bob says, sorry, cash only. Luckily for me, I always have a $5 bill stashed in my sandals, so I give it to Bob, and he says, we don't accept foot money here. That's how he talks. But now
weather
I'm starving,
reports
and
don't matter when you drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-man truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 Men in a Truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Hey folks, Conan O'Brien here. My latest episode of Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend features none other than John Bon Jovi. Dove into a lot of topics, we chewed the fat, the highs and lows of rock stardom. They were all my stories about being a rock star, which took about 8 seconds, and then we got onto John Bon Jovi.
Now you've set the bar, and now you have to beat that record every time.
Conan O'Brien Radio, Sirius XM Channel 104, or on the all-new Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
The general manager of the Vegas Golden Knights, Kelly McCrimmon.
Vegas so quickly has become a place where players want to go.
Players appreciate that we're trying to win, and I think we've come to expect it. It's their livelihood and all of those things that go with it. So we try to do what we can to help that happen.
NHL Morning Skate
with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar.
Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern
on NHL Network Radio,
Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee. Because the real truth is this. They got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play.
Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern
on NHL Network Radio,
Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the Sirius XM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast Download Locked On Leafs right now on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. Search Locked On.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on SiriusXM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter Miami game.
Messi, up, overhand!
And get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
This is Molson Leafs Hockey.
We're about to bring the war right now, sound the alarm!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
There's a Molson with your name on it.
Just weren't sharp. We weren't sharp mentally. Couldn't pass the puck, couldn't handle the puck, didn't defend, didn't compete. So not a lot to like.
Oof. Not a lot to like, but you gotta like this. Molson Leafs Hockey. Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Networks. Leaf and Capitals tonight, 7:30 puck drop in Washington. We went through a lot. We've had a long pregame show to tee up everything. The biggest stakes. We got Matthews and Ovechkin. We got Joseph Woll back at net after he's only started 3 times since his ankle injury, where he saw missed 35 games. So maybe some rust there. It's just an interesting goaltending tandem that they're trying to work through, and a hot Washington Capitals team, which is a strange sentence to say.
Yeah, quickly on Woll, it seems like he's like the more unknown quantity now.
It definitely
at
feels
least
that
in
way.
terms of this Maple Leaf goaltending pitcher, which seemed simple and then wasn't at all and became real complicated. And now it feels like there's another layer of complication. Everything's at stake, at least it seems, with the Maple Leafs goaltending situation. And in order for Joseph Woll to get himself in a position, well, he got to play. And he gets a chance to play tonight against the Washington Capitals. So definitely looking forward to seeing him and seeing if he can deal with a blue line that's not going to involve TJ Brody tonight.
That's right. No TJ Brody tonight, and no Ryan Reeves, who got poked in the eye. So we'll see Connor Timmins and Noah Gregor and Joseph Woll. No Mitch Marner as well. He's still dealing with that high ankle sprain. So a bit of a smorgasbord of players for the Maple Leafs. Capitals, as we mentioned, they are fighting for this final wildcard spot. They're on a little bit of a hot streak here, 10-4-1 in their last 15, led by former Leafs assistant coach. Right? Or yep, it was assistant. Yep, Spencer Carbury. I didn't know if he was like, specialist of power play one. No,
there's a lot of.
He was doing a lot of things. And yeah, so tonight, I mean, obviously there's a lot going into it, but the biggest storyline should be Alex Ovechkin versus Mr. Austin Matthews. Ovi only needs 52 more goals to pass Wayne Gretzky for the most in NHL history. He had a rough start to the season. Was about a .33 goals per game, but he's picked it up over the last couple of games. He's got 13 in his last 21. So he's been putting the puck in the net, and he's ready to change that narrative that he's washed.
Yeah, 2 of the greatest goal scorers ever. One that's definitely more close to, the top of the mountain in Alexander Ovechkin, chasing different things, right? Ovechkin chasing a career-long record, and Austin Matthews, well, he was chasing 70 goals. It feels like it's less of a chase towards 70 now after, going through a bit of a dry spell here of late. But he scores in bunches. I mean, he could be on the path to 70 in a snap of the fingers, at least it seems, given how he's put the puck in the net this year. So, yeah, 2 of the greatest ever. And we can say that already about Austin Matthews on the ice together. And they seem to be supportive of one another. We heard Alexander Ovechkin talking about Austin Matthews a little earlier. So it's always a treat when high-end goal scorers are going head-to-head.
Matthews on pace for 67 goals going into tonight, but it only takes one multi-goal night to quickly get that close to 70. So we teased it, but those are our players to watch. Presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary. At Bet365, must be 19 plus, Ontario only. play responsibly. Let's start with Austin Matthews. He's got 20 points in 16 career games against the Capitals. That's 8 goals and 12 assists. An anytime goal for him is minus 145. You might be wanting to look at a multi-goal night if you're looking to cash in. And
to parlay that up with something.
Yeah, you can parlay it with an Alexander Ovechkin goal, which is plus 140. He's got 75 points in 57 career games versus the Maple Leafs. That's 42 goals and 33 assists. If you're getting greedy, you could parlay them up, but it's going to be these two guys going head-to-head tonight.
And if you're looking for maybe some more value, Domi and Bertuzzi, longer prices. They're playing with Austin Matthews on a top line tonight. John Tavares and William Nylander playing together with Matthew Nye. So maybe you're looking towards Matthew Nye. But clearly the Maple Leafs have 2 scoring lines and 2 checking lines tonight. So Matthew Nye, Max Domi, and Tyler Bertuzzi are the lucky ones playing with the core 4.
One familiar face on the other side that might not be as sad maybe for Maple Leafs anymore because of what it turned out to, but Rasmus Sandin was once a Maple Leaf, was traded to the Capitals for a 2023 first-round pick. That became Easton Cowan, the future of the Maple Leafs, who's setting absolute fire in his OHL career right now, and he's on a 30-something point streak at this point.
Yeah, I think
it's
about a little more now. Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
He scores. He's picking up points in every game. He's definitely ascended to the number 1 prospect position for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
34.
It seemed like a stretch for Brad Treliving, taking the guy way up in the rafters, but Easton Cowan's become one of the best prospects in hockey right now, and I don't think anyone's, all due respect to Rasmus Sandin, bemoaning the loss of Rasmus Sandin, given that Easton Cowan is in the pipeline.
That might be worth a Rasmus Sandin anytime goal, though, because he might want to remind Leafs fans that he was once important to this team.
And he signed himself a nice contract. I think $4.6 million across 5 years.
And he's got 36 points in 78 games with the Capitals, so he's found a little something.
He wasn't getting those points or that money with Toronto, so
he was
good
getting
for him.
Nothing. Just
well,
I mean,
it's not as much.
He's getting some ice time. They
got squeezed out.
They did some stuff. It's Rasmus Sandin. You'll see him on the other side of the night.
Not exactly Brad Treliving's ideal, given the muscle and weight that's been brought in over the last couple weeks.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Joe Bone and Jim Ralph will have the call of the first period. After the break, you're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
March Madness is finally here. For the best analysis and coverage of the NCAA tournament, tune into Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
Oh, he bangs it home!
From the title contenders to the Cinderella teams, we've got you covered through the national championship in Phoenix.
We really don't know how teams are going to respond in March.
It's all on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, our Power 5 conference channels 371 through 375, and the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91.
And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
Andrew Burnett, head coach of the Nashville Predators. I think Roman Josi gets underrated nowadays.
I think maybe the consistency that he does it every year, you take it for granted a little bit. I mean, he's done everything in this game. His ability to raise his game is very unique. You know, I've been around some really good, great defensemen. He's right up there with them, and he does get over them.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
The general manager of the Vegas Golden Knights, Kelly McCrimmon.
Vegas so quickly has become a place where players want to go.
Players appreciate that we're trying to win, and I think we've come to expect it. It's their livelihood and all of those things that go with it. So we try to do what we can to help that happen.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on Sirius XM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, overhand!
And get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, yeah, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee. Because the real truth is this, they got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
And the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs and the Washington Capitals and the artisans of the antiquated attics, brought to you by Superior Door and Gate Systems, Canada's top choice for automatic doors and security gates, security fencing and bollards, because security can only be measured by what it will save you. Joseph Woll, 9-7-1 this season, 2.89. The goals against average is up against Charlie Lindgren, who is 18-11-5 and a 2.59 goals against average for the Washington Capitals, who will defend. A goal to our right, the Leafs to the left, and the puck is dropped and we're underway. Morgan Rielly teamed with McCabe as it's played up on the wing and down into Washington territory. Scooped along the boards there by Carlson, but not out. Around back of the net. Domi centering in front, they score! Austin Matthews, 16 seconds into the match, tearing a page out of what went on in Philadelphia just a night before.
During the anthems, I said to you, look at the starting lineup. Matthews with Domi and McCann. And it starts on a simple dump in. But Bobby McMahon is able to poke the puck loose on the far boards and get it to Max Domi. And Domi, from just below the goal line to the right of Lindgren, funnels it out front to Austin Matthews, who just sweeps it through the pads of Lindgren. And the Leafs are out to the 1-0 lead. Austin Matthews, goal number 56.
Played back down into the Washington zone. McMahon into the corner after it. And it is flipped high to center ice and down into the Toronto zone, and McCabe finds Rielly. Rielly with a bank pass that gets to Matthews. He's just going to get rid of it through center, and hustling in after it was Max Domi, but it is pulled away and brought on by Wilson now for Washington. He'll drop it off for Strome. Dylan Strome back to the point and a shot. Joe Woll makes the save there. The puck into the near corner. Kick to the side of the net. Washington getting it back to the blue line once more. Sandin, the former Leaf, dropping it off to Wilson, and a long shot is swallowed up by Woll. And if in the first minute and 2 seconds is any indication, 1, the slump is over, and 2, Woll looks fairly comfortable.
Well, you could not pick a better start for Joseph Woll. Team scores for you in the opening seconds, and then Washington comes back with 2 long floaters that you're able to hold on to and get the feel of the disc.
Face off in the Toronto zone. Waved out of the face-off circle, Connor McMichael for Washington. The puck goes wide of the Leaf goal as it goes down to the far wing. Ovechkin sends it in wide of the net. Back of the net, a centering pass. Woll down. Still loose. The puck is still loose. A backhand shot. Woll stop that. And the Leafs are going to get it out and down the ice. And this will be an icing call. 1-0 Toronto, and time for our injury report. Brought to you by Desjardins Insurance, helping Canadians through it all. Desjardins Insurance, insurance with a heart so big it shows. Visit Desjardins.com/heart today.
Well, Mark Giordano still out with a head injury. We've got Kelly Yarncroc out with a hand injury. And Ryan Reeves out with an eye injury now from a Leaf standpoint.
Pass across.
And Mitch Marner, obviously, as well.
Off the boards, the Leafs get it to the line, but not out. Now play it up on the left wing side. Ahead for Nyes. Nyes gets it through to the line, but it's going to be whistled down by the linesman. Scott Cherry and Ryan Galloway are employed tonight in that capacity. Brendan Schrader and Dan O'Rourke have the armbands on tonight.
Well, we talked about the Desjardins injury report. Connor Timmins was on the shelf with mono for a long stretch. He's only played 3 games since December 21st in Buffalo. His last game was that 1-0 overtime win the Leafs had at home against the Winnipeg Jets right before the All-Star break.
He's on the ice now, teamed with Simon Benoit, who leads the Leafs in hits. And I honestly think that when the postseason starts, they have to find a spot for Benoit in the lineup.
And the hits.
Thank you. Laid in now by Gregor, who goes into the corner after it. He's third in the team in hits. The puck along the boards to the far side. Played around back of the net by Gregor. It goes into the near corner. Timmins pinches to keep it in, but it is swept to the line, but not out. A long, quick shot taken by Connor Dewar is swallowed up this time by Charlie Lindgren, and there'll be a face-off coming in the Washington zone. Austin Matthews from Max Domi, 16 seconds into the match. Number 56 on the board.
I think Bobby McMahon's got to pick up an assist on that as well, don't you? I don't. He was the one that kind of knifed it in behind the net.
Face-off in the Washington zone. Nylander leaning in here against Vic Dowd, who gets waved out, and so Malenstein will move in, and the draw won by the Maple Leafs as it comes back to the blue line. Riley in for Nylander, and the wrist shot off a stick finds the screen at the top.
It is amazing, though, as you see Washington get on this roll. They were briefly in a playoff spot until the comeback win by the Detroit Red Wings last night had them leapfrog the Washington Capitals. But every great stretch for a team that's out of a playoffs to get in starts with goaltending. And you can go back to the Hamburglar with the Ottawa Senators, Jordan Binnington with the St. Louis Blues when they won it. And Charlie Lindgren has been that guy for the Washington Capitals.
Played out at center ice. Knocked down into the Toronto zone. Riley goes around back of the net, chased hard by Aube-Kubel, but the puck comes up on the boards. Riley couldn't get to it. Down into the corner goes Malenstein, and the Leafs are going to get it freed up and out at center ice and brought on by Robertson. Robertson feeding it into the left wing corner, but Pontus Holmberg couldn't come up with it, and it is cleared back out at center ice, and Nylander is back to retrieve it. Nylander saucers it off there for Liljegren. Liljegren drops it even deeper into his own zone. And now here's Joel Edmondson getting it ahead, playing it down into Washington territory, but it's going to turn into an icing call, and it will be brought back.
And going back to Charlie Lindgren, you mentioned his stats, 18, 11, and 5. But this will be game number 13 of the last 15 that Lindgren has played. Darcy Kemper, of course, won a Stanley Cup with the Colorado Avalanche a couple of years ago.
Leafs control the face-off in their own zone. Get it up on the left wing boards and out. Cleared to the line and in and around back of the net. Matthews going into the forecheck as well. And McMahon knocks down the Washington player, but the Capitals get it out at center, and it's brought forward now by John Carlson. Carlson turns the puck over. Leafs get it ahead. Here's McMahon in on the left wing, looking for Domi in front. Took a shot from a sharp angle. That didn't connect. And then when he tried to center it, he hit the back of the goal. Caps bring it back with Dylan Strome getting it down into the Toronto end. Sandin into the forecheck there. Got a bit of a hit in. The Leafs are going to backhand it out into neutral ice where the Caps backpedal into their own end. Nick Jensen having difficulties with it there along the boards. Nylander unable to control the puck. And the Caps will backhand it into the zone. Garbosa goes into the forecheck after it. The puck into the near corner. Couple of hits there as Timmins got straightened up there by Ovechkin. The Leafs get it out at center, and Nylander laying it in. Nyes kind of took the wrong direction to try to get around Jensen, but Capitals are able to break it out into neutral ice. Garbosa in across the line along with Ovechkin. Ovechkin takes a run at the back of Nyes. The puck comes free. The Maple Leafs start out of their own zone. Brought to center now by Nylander. In with McCabe. McCabe couldn't get the pass from Nylander. Van Riemsdyk goes back of the net. And the younger brother of the Van Riemsdyk clan getting it up on the left wing, and it's out at center ice. Down into the Toronto zone. Turned back now by the Maple Leafs. Left wing side. Gregor sending it in for David Camp. Camp goes into the corner after it. Spun around there by Alexiev. Puck up against the end boards. Dug out there by Gregor. Helped out along the boards by Dewar, but the Capitals are able to punch it out at center ice and force Liljegren back into his own end. Pass went off a skate, almost a turnover there in the Leaf zone, but the Capitals have to go back to reorganize at their own blue line. 1-0 Toronto. An early goal from Austin Matthews. Played around back of the net. Chipped along the boards then by the Leafs and launched out at center ice. Played to an open wing, hustling in there after it though. Here's Holmberg with a one-handed attempt, and it was stopped on the short side by Lindgren. If he'd have been able to get another hand on that stick, here's a centering pass then for Nylander that was blocked. He might have been able to cut across the goal mouth, but one-handed it at the net on the short side. Good play by the Leafs to break up the rush. Benoit sweeping it around the boards to the near side. Nylander tipped it but didn't clear it out over the line. The Capitals get it back in around to the far side. Robertson in there for Toronto. Sidesteps one. Cuts in front of his own goal to get it ahead. And Connor Timmins will get to the red line. Take a hit from Wilson but get it down into Washington territory. Still just the one assist on the Matthews goal. Max Domi credited with it. Matthews back of the net, plays it ahead smartly to find Riley, and Riley gets it on the wing for McCabe, who will just get it down into the zone. Rasmus Sandin for Washington. Rink-wide pass finds Malenstein to the far side. He's going to roll it in. Aube-Kubel goes into the forecheck, trying to play it back. Aube-Kubel getting it along the boards, but Domi has taken it away from him, and then Domi gives it right back. Nick Dowd plays it deep into the Toronto zone. Riley missing a hit there to play it along the boards. Domi drops it for his defense, and the Leafs are going to get it out as Ovechkin took a bit of a run there. Now here's Tavares finding Liljegren. The Leafs are changing, and so the Leafs are trying to stretch things out, and they find Tavares again at center. A pass that Nylander couldn't control. Played back to the Toronto blue line, and the Leafs will just get it out at center, and this has missed everyone and gone the length of the ice. And an icing call coming here. First period brought to you by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Well, shots are 3 apiece. We talk about this a lot when the Leafs come back from a Western road trip, how that first game back at home is difficult. I think we saw that with the Washington Capitals in the first shift.
Might be. There's a loose puck in front of the net. A shot by Ovechkin. And that may have grazed the goalpost. Liljegren gets it back and shoots it in. The comparison between Ovechkin and Matthews very much on display here this evening.
How important was that icing, though? I mean, you don't think it's a big play, and then Washington gets a great opportunity right off the draw.
Yep. Wilson sending it down into the Toronto end. Wall tucks it back for Connor Timmins. Timmins starts out. Almost mishandled the puck, but gets it under control again, and then has it deflect in off Gregor. Gregor down the boards with a good hit into the corner. Bouncing puck is poked ahead. The Capitals will get it out at center. Played up on the right side. Whoa! A good hit there by Benoit. Sends the Washington player nose first into the Leaf bench. Centering pass. Blocked by Wall. Another shot and Wall down. And he has swallowed that up.
Well, you said you want to see him in the lineup. And looking at that replay again, it looks like that might have grazed the crossbar.
I think
and
it
got
did.
Past Joseph Wall in the Ovechkin one-timer.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hey, this is Avril Lavigne. Honoring fierce, fearless females for Women's History Month on Queens of Pop. Paying homage to women in music that have pushed boundaries and shattered glass ceilings. XM Queens of Pop.
Now for a limited time on Channel 79 and anytime on the Sirius XM app.
The Points with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on Sirius XM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, overhand!
And get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Leafs Radio Network.
Tyler Bertuzzi, is back. Not sure where he was, but he was out stretching during the timeout. He's not played a shift, and now he's on the bench. You think he got trapped in the subway maybe on the way over?
We did wonder why the starting lineup was McMahon, Matthews, and
Domi.
Who we had? Yeah, Max Domi. Whatever it was, it worked.
Well, he's on the bench now.
I was doing, some stretching on the ice. You almost wonder, is it maybe back or something that
either
flaring up?
Well, let's see if he gets on the ice here. Anyway, McMahon chases it down into the corner. He's out with Tavares and Nyes now. Nyes with a centering pass, dropping it back for Tavares. Nicely played at the blue line to maintain. Then got a shot away, and Lindgren had to get a blocking glove in front of that. Played out at center ice now by Garbosa. In on the wing. Good play by Jake McCabe to strip the puck away there. And the Leafs get it out at center ice. And Tavares will just get it down into Washington territory. Carlson going back in his own zone. Alex Ovechkin's been running around, throwing his weight around a lot here in the early going. Out here, the Caps Wilson not getting in over the line. Liljegren trying to get it out, does. Grabbed off there by Dylan Strome, and it's played ahead at center, and now Strome in on the left wing. Strome going wide with a shot, and then it went high, off a stick up into the screen, and out of play. Shots are 6-4, and now Bertuzzi is, in fact, on the ice. This is
first shift.
Going to have somebody explain.
Well, they said he's been on for 15 seconds.
Yes. Well, he just did get on.
Will stay out, and he is out with Domi and Austin Matthews. But it looked like the way he was.
Maybe he had a bit of a washroom situation to start, Mr. Ralph. These things happen.
Well, that's why he would stretch on the ice.
No, that's why he wasn't on the bench to start the game.
I would be worried watching you stretch on the ice from now on, wondering exactly what your situation was.
I don't know what his situation was, but we do know he wasn't there. Played down into the Washington zone. Matthews almost stripped it away. It comes back towards Bertuzzi. He couldn't keep it in. And Strome gets it out at center and into the Toronto zone. Flipped in by Carbury. Around back of the net it goes. Here the centering pass and a wrist shot taken by Strome and off the heel of a stick. Another shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Brought out by Domi. Max Domi to center. Max is going to flip it, but didn't get it in deep. And the Caps have it under control in their own zone. Up on the left wing, Timmins blocks the path there of Malenstein. Leafs counter, bringing it back at center and getting it in deep this time, courtesy of Benoit. Down the boards, Robertson trying to get a piece of the loose puck. And it is poked free from Pontus Holmberg and played out at center ice. And now the Capitals in on the left wing. Trying to drive the net now is Nick Dowd. A backhand goes wide of the Leaf goal. Comes back to the point, back to Dowd. Dowd with a pass in front. That was deflected in front of the goal, and it comes back to the blue line. Trapped there by Alexeyev. Dropped off now for Dowd to the right wing point. A shot deflects wide of the Toronto goal. Good pressure here from Washington. Dowd at the point. Chased there by Benoit. The puck maintained by Washington. Brought in with a pass then by Van Riemsdyk. Van Riemsdyk gets it handed back to him. Now back to the point. Dowd a shot in traffic. That doesn't make it through. Benoit trying to preserve the puck. And he got it ahead. And Timmins is going to skate it out. He'll get it to the red line and backhand it down into Washington territory.
That's such a silky play by Connor Timmins, isn't it? Instead of panicking, icing the puck or trying to force it out, sees some room, skates at the center ice, and dumps it into the line change.
Capitals back at their own blue line. Had it turned over by Liljegren. He couldn't make a play with it. Still has it against the boards. Now launches it into the offensive zone. Jensen got back there for Washington to play it out. And Pacioretty will get it down into the Leafs zone, and it's going to be covered up by Joseph Woll, who will stop play with 8:01 to play in the first period. A goal 16 seconds into the match from Austin Matthews, his 56th of the season and number 355 in his career. And at the same stage, Alex Ovechkin had 337 goals.
Yeah, it is incredible. You know, you almost feel like you're taking for granted what Austin Matthews has done.
There is no question that in this market, that's exactly what has happened. Absolutely. And then all of a sudden, statistical information comes your way and you go, wow.
But Gerald Sittler was booed every game after his 10-point night.
Yep.
Do it again.
Do it again. Here's Connor Gregor slipping by a check to get it down into the corner on the far side. Nyes got it back to him. Gregor in the corner. Nyes after it once more along the boards, trying to come out with it. And a centering pass went off the goaltender, and it's banked up on the wing. And it'll be brought to center ice now by Garbosa, who gets it in over the line with a shot that's blocked. Leafs Tavares twisting and turning in front of his own goal. And here comes the captain to center. 3-point night the other night. Down into the corner it goes for him. Round back of the net, couldn't get to it. And the Capitals will play it out on the right wing and get it to center. And a pass partially blocked, but Strome carries in. Drop pass and a shot. That deflects high and into the far corner. Round back to the blue line once more. Into the near corner for the Capitals as they try to cycle the puck here. Centering pass made by Wilson didn't work. And the Leafs have it back at center. And Tavares just rolling it down into Washington territory. 6 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the first period. The Leafs leading 1-0. Capitals on the outside of the playoffs looking in. I'll point out as it's played down into the Toronto end. Round the boards to the far side for Bertuzzi. Timmins gets the pass, then it's cleared ahead for Domi, looking for Bertuzzi on the left wing. He tried to find Matthews in the slot, but didn't make a connection. Now it's around into the far corner. Pinching down there is Benoit. He got it back at the net. And the Capitals come away with the loose puck, but then it's turned over again as Liljegren keeps it in. Now here's Domi getting it back to the point. Liljegren's shot is deflecting high and over into the far corner. Matthews trying to shield it there. Has it on his stick. Tied up and taken down by Nick Dowd. And Van Riemsdyk able to play it back of the goal. A bouncing puck trying to contend with that is Sandin. And the former Leaf has it under control with both teams changing with 5:33 left to play here in the period.
Leafs still with just 4 shots on goal. 7-4 the totals favoring the Capitals.
Brought in now by Milano. His pass goes into the slot area. The Leafs bank it back to the blue line. Long shot is blocked and cleared to the line and shot right back in again. The Leafs have a opportunity here with the delayed offside, and they're able to break it out into the center ice area and shoot it in. Around on the boards, it'll go back of the net. Nick Jensen is there for Washington to get it up on the wing. The pass comes back, brought on at center ice now by Alexiev. He gets it down into the Toronto zone. Fed around the boards to the point, but not out. A pass back into the slot, and unable to make a play there was Pacioretty. The puck comes back to the blue line. Trying to get it in front was Milano. Now into the corner it comes for John Carlson, who is pinched down. Got it back to the blue line, and it's just going to be swept back in again by Miroshnichenko, I think. Played back to the blue line. Near side, a shot by Carlson was off a stick and went wide. Young man has more letters in his name than anyone else in this league. Played ahead for LaPierre, and the pass was intercepted, and now the Leafs are able to get it under control, and Pontus Holmberg wants a change, so he gives it to Morgan Riley. 4:11 to go in a quickly played first period. 1-0 Toronto. Pass up on the right side. Camp driving the net, and he got to the near goal post, and the puck was poked off his stick. Camp against the inboards. Trying to pin it there, but it comes free as it's blocked there by Benoit to Timmins. Timmins with a backhand that didn't reach the net. Leafs Camp after a loose puck, trying to get it back to Timmins, and then it's stolen back and centered for Camp. He couldn't get a shot away, though, as Carlson was all over him. Leafs come away with the loose puck in the near corner, though. A shot taken there by Dewar goes over top of the net. Now Gregor. Noah Gregor back to the point. A shot. Good save made by Lindgren off Benoit's point shot. Wrap around attempt coming. No, Timmins takes it wide. Back to Benoit once more. Can't shoot it at the net, so he rings the boards with it. Far side for Dewar. Dewar sending it around the boards to the near side. And the Capitals will finally get possession as the Leafs had the puck in the offensive zone for almost a minute.
I tell you, Noah Gregor's one player I'd really like to see get some repetition in. I mean, you noticed him right off the bat early in the season. Scored the first goal for the Leafs in the first game against Montreal. But he has hit a stretch, 27 games that he's been in the lineup without a goal.
Down into the Toronto zone. Edmondson gets it on the wing. The Leafs play it to the blue line. Sandin was able to keep it in. Bouncing puck into the corner. Will be played around back of the net, and Joel Edmondson is just going to get it lifted, but not lifted enough to get it out the first time, but the Leafs get it now. Here's Nylander in on the left wing, dropping it back for Tavares. Tavares back to the blue line. It comes over to McCabe, and he got it through, but it was Lindgren getting it all the way, taking it on the chest and holding on for a face-off with 2:20 remaining to be played in the first period, and the Maple Leafs up 1-0 on a goal from Austin Matthews. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, we can expect more thunderstorms as the evening approaches, and then overnight... Oh, hold on. Yeah, can I get 2 number 6s with a side of curly fries? Hold the onions, please. Yeah.
Harold, are you in the drive-thru right now?
Jim, no one listens to this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, great.
Weather reports don't matter when you drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
You know that's game on.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Face off with the Leafs up 1-0. Austin Matthews' 56th goal of the season from Max Domi 16 seconds into the first period. Shots have evened up to 7 apiece now. Leafs get another one off the draw, and Matthews fed that wide. Riley keeping the puck in around back of the net. A high stick clips Bertuzzi. No call from the official down below.
Boy, even the Capitals seem to ease up expecting a whistle.
Wow. And Bertuzzi goes to the bench.
And I believe he said, wake the...
Oh, no. Oh, up. Was that the...
Boy, that, I mean, unless Bertuzzi did the head snap to try to draw the penalty and there was nothing there, we're going to look at it.
No, he got clipped by Dowd, and Dowd was all apologetic for it. And
you could see Dowd pretty much pulled up thinking,
yes,
I'm gone.
I'm gone. Because the puck was going to be touched by the Capitals.
Of course, if this was February, it would be a bigger deal that the Leafs didn't get a power play. Well, March, maybe
never
not
mind.
so much.
How about April? Down into the Washington zone. It comes into the slot area. McMahon gets there first for Toronto, but can't keep it in. And out come the Capitals as they work it down the right wing boards as Aube-Kubel stood up there again on a good hit made there by Benoit. I'll tell you what, Benoit got, and I hate to use the word embarrassed, but disappointed when he wasn't able to play in Montreal in a Leaf uniform. And as it goes off the stick of Wall up into the screen and out of play. And this is after he'd provided all kinds of Leaf paraphernalia for his parents and his, I'm sure, a lot of relatives in La Belle Provence. But he's making a statement here in the last couple of games. We're going to be in this lineup when things start to play for real sometime in April. It is 1-0 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Baseball is back, and the Dodgers and Padres will begin the 2024 regular season on MLB's World Tour in Seoul, Korea. Here are the action, including Shohei Ohtani's Dodger debut on Wednesday and Thursday morning at 6:05 Eastern. Sirius 106, XM 175, or find your hometown broadcasters on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Shohei Ohtani brings them to their feet.
After the final out, talk about the game on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 89, and the Sirius XM app.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on Sirius XM FC.
Stupendously magnificent.
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi up overhead.
And get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
The Leafs Radio Network.
Joe Bowen along with Jim Ralph, Eilish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert coming along with our first period intermission shortly. Armin Zagarian and Andrew Adams running the operation. Minute 16 to go here in the period. Draw one by Washington. Got it back to the blue line for Jensen. Onto the left wing side for Sandin. Rasmus Sandin trying to play it off on the right side. Ovechkin with a shot. That's going up off his stick, up into the screen and out of play as well.
Well, if you'll pardon the Captain Obvious remark, Alexander Ovechkin obviously leads the 2004 entry draft class in goals scored, but second place. Ovi has 353 more than Evgeny Malkin of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Not a bad player either.
Nope.
Both Conn Smythe Trophy winners.
Leafs win the face-off. McCabe gets the puck out at center ice. Sandin getting it off on the right wing side. Played into neutral ice, and McCabe backpedals into his own zone. 46 seconds left to play in the period. Riley Got it ahead, got a return pass, kicks it in over the line, took a shot from a sharp angle. Lindgren forced to make a blocker save there. Capitals counter now with McMichael coming in across the line. Dropping it back with a pass in on the wing, but it's intercepted. And McCabe has it again, flipping it out into neutral ice and down into Washington territory. Connor Dewar out there as well as it's played down into the Toronto zone. Unable to handle the pass there was Joel Edmondson, and then a shot and a big save made by Wall.
Well, Wall threw it to Edmondson into the corner, and it seemed to just hop over Edmondson's stick at the last moment.
4 seconds left in the period, and a shot by Liljegren is blocked. And that ends the period, but Joseph Wall comes up with an enormous save late there to maintain a 1-0 Toronto lead after 20.
Leafs get off to the start they want, but really they went long stretches, didn't they, without even a decent scoring opportunity. They only had 4 shots on goal with about 5 minutes left in the opening period. Final tally there is 10-8 Washington. But nothing spectacular from a Leaf standpoint, but second game of back-to-backs on the road, you'll take a 1-0 lead into the dressing room any night.
Spectacular first 16 seconds, as that's when Matthew scored his 56th from Domi, and it's 1-0 after 20 minutes. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The 2024 election on Sirius XM.
The fight for our democracy. That's been the work of my first term.
Thrilled to be back with thousands of proud American patriots.
Where every voice matters.
I'm as far left as you can get.
This president has not complied with his oath.
Left, right, center, decided, or undecided.
We have to use our voices. We have to stand up for what we believe.
The only place for every perspective and your voice about your vote on Sirius XM.
The Points with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Andrew Burnett, head coach of the Nashville Predators. I think Roman Josi gets underrated nowadays.
I think maybe the consistency that he does it every year, you take it for granted a little bit. I mean, he's done everything in this game. His ability to raise his game is very unique. You know, I've been around some really good, great defensemen. He's right up there with them, and he does get overlooked.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
The general manager of the Vegas Golden Knights, Kelly McCrimmon.
Vegas so quickly has become a place where players want to go.
Players appreciate that we're trying to win, and I think we've come to expect it. It's their livelihood and all of those things that go with it. So we try to do what we can to help that happen.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on Sirius XM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter Miami game.
Messi, up, over,
and get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee. Because the real truth is this. They got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
And the Leafs Radio Network.
Scooped along the boards there by Carlson, but not out. Around back of the net. Domi centering in front, they score! Austin Matthews, 16 seconds into the match, tearing a page out of what went on in Philadelphia just a night before.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Eilish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert here for your intermissions, and that's it. Leafs lead 1-0 after 16 seconds. And that's it after the first.
Yeah, if you're like us and you were changing studios here at campus at Sportsnet, then you might have missed any of the Leafs offense in that period. Yeah, it came real early off the stick of Austin Matthews and a good assist there from Max Domi, who's getting a little mini tryout up there on the top line with Austin Matthews. But yeah, it wasn't much after that. A couple things to discuss, of course, but offensively, the extent of it was those 16 seconds.
I mean, our players to watch were Austin Matthews and Alexander Ovechkin, which makes sense. These two, some of the best goal scorers of their era and maybe even full-time stop NHL. They're going head-to-head. Of course, I think we had Matthews as just a one-time goal scorer, but you know, there was value on maybe two-time goal scorer or more. Lots of hockey left. But I wonder if these two, I don't think I wonder, actually. I know that they come into this game knowing the stakes, knowing the numbers, seeing the trajectory of each other's careers. Austin Matthews trying to get 70. He's going to be the closest to get 65, and if he does, it'll be the first time since Alexander Ovechkin did it. So they're just kind of swapping stories here. They're following a different path in terms of their teams, but they're kind of fighting for the same thing, and that's Gretzky's goal record. Obviously, Ovi's getting closer and closer. He's got 13 goals in his past 21 games, but I think that this one means a little bit more to both these guys.
Yeah, I think it would. Maybe if you're Alexander Ovechkin, you're a little bit more timid, dipping your toes into the pool, at least when it comes to head-to-head high-end goal scoring. But yeah, our focus has been on 70 this entire year. I guess not the entire year, but, in terms of the Hart Trophy discussion, 70. In terms of hitting a new milestone, 70. Austin Matthews, since he went on that scoring binge early in the season, we've been talking about 70, but 65 was the number for Alexander Ovechkin. 65 goals was his career high in his third season in the league back in 2007, 2008. And if Alexander Ovechkin's the greatest goal scorer in the history of the NHL, and Austin Matthews scores 66 this year, which of course he's on pace for, then he'd have a better individual goal scoring season than any of the goal scoring seasons from the greatest goal scorer of all time. And that may not be 70, but that's a real good story to tell for this season. If you're Austin Matthews, might not be a Hart Trophy story, but a good story nonetheless.
Yeah, the Hart Trophy hype was exciting in this city, at least when 70 seemed like almost the minimum that he would get to. We even thought, why not 75? But yeah, 65.
We were greedy then.
We were greedy. 65 is definitely within reach, and looking at the next 15-ish games, 14, and then if you're including this one, of hockey left for the Maple Leafs, Austin Matthews could definitely get there. And 65 goals would be the most by a Maple Leaf ever.
Yep.
And so,
because he's already got the most.
That's pretty unbelievable. And for him to be still young in his career. So I think 70 was this really exciting goal. And I still think 65 we can be pretty happy with. I don't think it's a disappointing, but it might not mean that you win the Hart Trophy, and that would kind of be sad.
56 now, and he's got 14 games plus the rest of this one to go. So comfortably on pace for the 65 or 66 if you want to break Ovechkin's high water mark. And maybe Max Domi will help him get there. Like, this is definitely extenuating circumstances with Mitch Marner out, but Austin Matthews playing predominantly tonight with Max Domi and Tyler Bertuzzi, and we had to wait for Tyler Bertuzzi. We'll get to that in a moment. But yeah, Max Domi's an interesting player in all sectors of the ice. But this is a guy who's not afraid to make the pass. He might turn over the puck every now and then, 5 times out of 10, but he's not afraid to make the pass. And if it's Austin Matthews on the end of it, well, it might be worth trying to make that pass to get it to him. And like we saw, 16 seconds in, he made a nice pass, got it off the stick to got it to Matthews, and no one really saw it hit the back of the net. It was in so fast. Max Domi can get you the puck, can get Austin Matthews the puck, and it might mean 65 plus if he gets the chance to play with him.
Okay, so you mentioned Tyler Bertuzzi. This was the mystery of the first period. He was on the bench. He took warm-ups, but he didn't play for the first almost 10 plus minutes, I think, were the first time.
Almost 10, I think.
Oh, almost 10. Let's say the first half of the period. No Tyler Bertuzzi. He was spotted on the bench. He was just sitting there. So let the conspiracies fly. Was he benched? Was he missing a piece of equipment? Did he need his skate sharpened? Did he say something to Sheldon Keefe that he didn't like? Because I don't know why Tyler Bertuzzi would be benched. He's got 7 goals in 11 games. He's got 10 points in his last 11 games. Like, he's been one of the best players for the Maple Leafs. So why was Tyler Bertuzzi not playing? We will get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's anyone's guess. I guess we will eventually hear from Keefe, and we'll get some sort of explanation. But what would be the accountability thing? It's pre-game, right? Like, did he not have a good warm-up? Did he come late to the arena? I'm not really sure, but we know Sheldon Keefe is not afraid to bench certain players. We know he's disciplined Bertuzzi before. It seems weird to pick 7.5 minutes of discipline to start a game where you're starting on a top line and sort of interrupt the flow, even though it didn't matter because they scored 16 seconds in. It's an interesting situation. It may be as simple as, hey, you know, a bathroom break, something.
He was on the
a
bench,
little bit
though.
Weird. I don't know.
A bathroom in his pants?
I'm just saying, well, hopefully not. But it could be something that's so innocuous, or it could be something that's worth diving into a little bit more.
You know what? It's just as mysterious as Kate Middleton's disappearance.
The only difference is we're going to find out what happened to Tyler Bertuzzi.
We don't need TMZ.
I don't know if we're ever going to find out about Kate Middleton.
All right, let's take a quick break. We'll come back with some out-of-town scoreboard and get you set for the second period. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Today, when it comes to following sports, a basic box score just won't cut it. Get the stats behind the stats with NHL Edge. So you won't just see Makar's time on ice. You'll see where he spent it. You won't just know Matthews scored. You'll know how hard he shot it. And you won't just get OV's shot total. You'll know where he shot it from. Even if they're all from the same place. Know more about every stat, every shift, and every star with NHL Edge.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, it's a lovely spring day here on the beach. I came here for some solo time, like I do, but I got hungry instantly, so I went to Bob's Boardwalk Bistro when Bob says, sorry, cash only. Luckily for me, I always have a $5 bill stashed in my sandals, so I give it to Bob, and he says, we don't accept foot money here. That's
Thanks,
how he
Harold.
talks. But now
weather
I'm
reports
starving,
don't matter when you drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-man truck, 2-man truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin.
Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
John Tavares set up by Willie. The Leafs win it in overtime.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert here for your intermissions. Leafs lead 1-0 after 20 minutes against the Washington Capitals, thanks to Austin Matthews in 16 seconds. Now, let's take a quick look at our NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 18 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Not the busiest night in the NHL, just 3 games, including the Maple Leafs and Capitals, and only one other ongoing right now. A big game to some, Dallas Stars and Arizona Coyotes. Scoreless with about 5 minutes left in the first period. And still to come tonight, the Kings host the Minnesota Wild, 2 teams that played last night. So we'll see how sloppy the nightcap is.
Yeah, the beginning of this Maple Leafs game started out strong, and then it just got a bit quiet. Not many chances being shared end to end. The second period, obviously, just around the corner. Joseph Woll's got a big test. It's kind of a make or break, figure out who's your guy type of situation for him. So far, so good, but I think that's something really important to learn for the next 14 games.
Quiet is good for Joseph Woll. And yeah, we got to see a lot of Joseph Woll over the next 14 games to feel maybe not comfortable that he's going to be the number 1 playoff starter, but you can't just not be involved and be like, hey, I'm here to be the starter in the Stanley Cup playoffs. We're going to have to see Joseph Woll down the stretch. We're going to have to see him play well in the next 2 periods for the Maple Leafs to win this game.
All right, Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph of the call. The second period next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is celebrating the best from this past season as we broadcast live from the 54th Annual 101 Awards in Kansas City.
To the 5, Lamar's in! Touchdown, Ravens!
We'll talk with the players and coaches who left their mark on the league in 2023, as well as honor the Super Bowl 58 champion Chiefs.
There is a back-to-back Super Bowl champion, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Tune in Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern on Channel 88 or anytime with the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Points with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on SiriusXM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, overhand!
And get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, yeah, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee. Because the real truth is this, they got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Radio Network.
Leafs carry a 1-0 lead into the second period at the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. And the second period brought to you by Desjardins Insurance, helping Canadians through it all. Desjardins Insurance, insurance with a heart so big it shows. Visit Desjardins.com/heart today.
By the way,
sorry, Jimmy.
We didn't get a chance to use this because of Austin Matthews.
Well,
but the Leafs
we
now.
did have a chance, but you had to get it in the first 16 seconds.
Had to get it in during the anthem. But the Leafs now, their non-shutout streak, they're now at 213 games, which is the 8th best or 8th longest streak in NHL history. Their Chicago Blackhawks are up next. So I did some digging into that.
All right, we'll get to that as Riley moving right to left on your radio dial. Gets it into Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi sends it to the rolling puck to the front of the net. It deflected off of Riley, but an easy cover for Lindgren. Go ahead. When was that?
Yeah, the Chicago Blackhawks, 228 games, regular season and playoffs, without being shut out from March 14th, 1970 to February 21st, 1973. And you know who shut them out in 1973 to end that streak? It was in Pittsburgh, a 2-0 loss. Jim Rutherford.
Wow.
Was the goalie for the Penguins, and of course...
Wonder if Jimmy remembers that out in Vancouver.
Yeah. See Tony Esposito in that game. Stopped 46 of 47.
Wow.
1-0 and then an empty netter that made it 2-0. Jimmy Rutherford stopped 32 in the shutout for the Penguins.
Loose puck in the Washington zone. Nice. Swinging it around the boards. It'll find the point on the far side. Edmondson sends it back into the corner. Gobbled up there by Tavares. Tavares works back of the net. One hand on the stick. Able to twist and turn, but then had it knocked off his stick. And the Capitals are going to get it out into neutral ice. Brought in over the line. Driving the net with a chance, and it rolled off the stick. But Morris Nichenko had it roll off his stick before he could get a shot away. Now on the right side, Nylander rings it off. No, they score. I thought he rang it off the goalpost. There was very little celebration from him, but he beats goaltender Lindgren, and it is 2-0 Toronto.
You're right. The reaction was such a delay. Now, first of all, the Leafs get a break because Timothy Liljegren got caught. That led to the Washington odd man rush. And then Willie Nylander, when the Leafs regain control, streaks down the right wing side. And from the right wing circle, he snaps this. This goes short side, I think, over the shoulder of Lindgren, and obviously under the crossbar and back out quickly, but enough to give the Leafs a 2-0 lead here early in the second period. So back-to-back periods. This is the opposite of the Leafs last night.
No, but wait till you hear this. Okay, 16 seconds for Matthews in the first period compared to Tippett scoring 19 seconds in. Nylander, 56 seconds in. Oh, yeah? Well, the Flyers scored 56 seconds in last night. So this is almost a carbon copy of the game last night with the Flyers, except it's the Leafs who are doing the scoring. Nylander with goal number 38 on the season, and a shot there is into the glove of Lindgren and held for a face-off.
By the way, it was Willie Nylander was the one that got back in place of Timothy Liljegren. You always hear people talk about that the best offensive players are also the best defensive. And if you're good in your own end, you're going to get opportunities. Well, Willie Nylander proved it on that rush.
Well, plus minuses are an important aspect of any of the play in this league. And Willie Nylander is improving in that department. But Austin Matthews has been outstanding all year. He's plus 21. And when you start comparing that with Ovechkin, as a shot here kicked away nicely by Lindgren, Ovechkin on the other scale is minus 21 this season. And he's never really been a plus-minus leader. I mean, he scores an awful lot of his goals and stuff on the power play where he is outstanding.
Yeah, well, even 21 goals in the year for Ovechkin, 10 of them have been on the power play. And for Willie Nylander, that's 5 goals in his last game, 8 games now. And we talked about this during the intermission. John Tavares has been very, very good for the Leafs. And probably a stretch of what I've got in the last 19 games, 10 goals for Tavares.
And Tavares and Nyes draw the assists on the Nylander goals. Puck in the Toronto zone, got up on the boards for McMahon. He couldn't get it out. Robertson plays it back of the net. Leafs Get it to Riley, who quickly finds McMahon. Left wing feed, looking for Robertson, but the pass was behind him and turns into an offside.
The Capitals would have been cheering for the Leafs last night in Philadelphia. They've still got a chance of catching the Flyers as well. They're a point back of the Red Wings for the final wild card spot, but only 3 points back of the Philadelphia Flyers. So even if they're not good enough to get into a wild card spot, they might be able to get into the third on the Metro division.
They play the Flyers the last game of the regular season.
Could be interesting. 2 games in hand, by the way, on the Red Wings as well.
And I think they have Detroit. Yes, they do play Detroit twice down the stretch. Puck along the boards in the Toronto zone. Liljegren banks it ahead. Now Camp to the line and in. Drop pass for Gregor. He looked for a quick pass to the far side that was deflected back out at center ice. Here's Wilson in across the line, dropping it into the slot for John Carlson, closing in on goal, and that shot rang high and was blocked into the corner. Wilson plays it around back of the net, too far for Dylan Strom. Carlson keeps it alive for Strom, back of the net, coming out on the backhand, got it over the far side, and goaltender Joseph Wall went post to post in the butterfly, made the save, and then was able to cover up on it.
For Joseph Wall, this has not been an easy game. Very scrambly as he took the Carlson shot off the right shoulder. And then even the pass, Carlson tries to throw it across the top of the crease, rattles off. I think it was David Kamp's skate that had hit first. And Wall had to search and find. So this is one of those games that you feel like you've got to battle through. There haven't been a lot of clean opportunities from the Capitals. Everything coming out of scrambles or through screens. And we did see the Flyers score twice on Ilya Samsonov last night on long screen shots.
Draw control by Washington in the Toronto zone around back of the net. Timmins chasing after Garbosa. The puck comes free, and the Leafs are able to break it out. Nyes working to the left wing side. Got a shot away, but that goes off John Carlson up into the screen. And a face-off coming in the Washington zone as a result. There's 16:46 to play in the second period, and the Maple Leafs have a 2-0 lead, and the big boys are scoring the goals. Matthews and Nylander here tonight.
It's a little ironic that their first ever playoff games in the National Hockey League came in this building.
Draw to the right in the Washington zone. Scrummed, kicked back to the point to Benoit. Goes D to D on the right wing side. Timmins trying to get it to the net. He did! Oh, and a glorious chance in front of the net for Nyes, and it went off a skate, I believe, and just went wide of the goal. Nyes keeping it in at the blue line. Off a stick, and Nylander can't keep it in, and the Capitals send it back down into the Toronto end. Timmins getting to it to get it to Benoit, who swings it around on the boards. Nylander didn't get it out for them, though. It'll go to the right wing side. Nyes over there, as both he and Nylander have kind of gotten lost. One on one side, one on the other, and they were switched around a little bit. Now here's Nylander in across the line. Gets it down into the corner, into the Washington end. Matthews trying to get to it, but it's gone up into the screen out of play, and the official says off the glass. There is no penalty. Face-off coming in the Washington zone.
Either that or he was checking the strength of the glass because he was pounding on it to let everybody know. Yeah, Matthew Nyes. I don't know if Lindgren gets a piece of this on the rebound.
I don't think so.
Or if it goes off the skate right in front.
Yeah.
Boy, that's, you talk about guys you want to see get going. Matthew Nyes, just 4 goals in his last 19 games. But John Tavares is really, and we've seen it in the game tonight, where Tavares, he's back to that owning the puck, stick handling in tight, and making plays.
Going to the front of the net. Long lead pass down into the Washington zone. Bertuzzi denies icing, but can't come up with the loose puck. And the Capitals, Miroshnichenko gets it out and down into the left wing corner for Wilson. Toronto native trying to poke it along the boards. That's drawn a crowd of about 5 of them down there, and when it does come free, it's Max Domi pushing it out at center. Domi off onto the left wing side for Riley. Riley sends a bouncing shot wide of the goal, and the Capitals have it again in their own end, playing it out onto the left wing side, and Sandin gets it ahead and now trying to drive in there, and Edmondson taking his man to the ice. Puck back at center ice, backhanded back into Washington territory. 5 minutes in the books. Second period, the Leafs have added to their total. It's 2-0. Wilson, pass over on the far side. Pontus Holmberg got it back to his defenseman Liljegren. On to Robertson. He sends a long bouncing. I'm not sure what was in his mind to do that, but it's an easy icing, and it's coming all the way back into the Toronto zone. And you get a young guy trying to get in, stay in the lineup, and then all of a sudden there's a play like that, and the coach goes,
"What are you doing?
What was he doing?"
And yet I don't think you can question his work ethic or his desire. I mean, I think you see that shift in and shift out. But he hasn't found that level of confidence, and maybe it's somebody that just needs to play a lot more to get comfortable in the league.
Leafs get it out at center off the face-off and down into the Washington end. Carlson back, taken to the boards by McMahon. He rings the puck out at center and is brought to the line and in on the right side. Passed off there by Pacioretty, and a chance in front is knocked away as Wall was a little bit out of position there. It comes back into the slot and a shot well wide of the Leaf goal. Far side kept alive by Washington around back of the net. Bank back to the blue line for Carlson. Carlson shot in traffic, didn't make it through. Leafs in the slot, can't get it out though as Camp was blocked. The puck back of the net. Good play by Benoit to tie up his man. And a hit from behind takes Camp nose first into the boards right in front of the official. No call. Here's Sandin turning the puck over. Camp trying to work it out. Flips it ahead. Getting in on goal now is a shot taken there by Dewar. And it went just wide of the goal. Wow, that's 2 now. Bertuzzi.
Well, I mean, that means that they got to let everything go from here on in, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, Simon Benoit earlier probably could have taken an interference penalty, but that was after Bertuzzi was high-sticked, and there were no calls on either.
McCabe keeping it down into the Washington end, scooped in there by Tavares. Gregor into the forecheck. Tavares knocked it away, has it in his skates, does a great job there to come out of the corner with it, and his centering pass just failed to connect. It comes back to the blue line for Riley. Riley to the far side for McCabe. McCabe trying to play it to himself. Got it back of the net. Tavares, a quick centering pass. It's rolling right to the goal line. In behind Lindgren, and the Caps got there first. Oh, my. What a chance that was.
Boy, John Tavares again, though, isn't it?
Yep. Here's Nylander. To the line and in with Nyes. Looking for a man going to the front of the net. It was Riley. He thinks better of it. Then a weak shot by Nylander was easily steered wide of the net. Matthews unable to get it in front. Cleared high off a stick to center. And Benoit is back there to recover for Toronto. Off the boards for Nyes. Nyes to the line. Tried to drop it back for Matthews, but it was too much mustard on it. And now the Capitals, Dowd getting it down into the Toronto zone. Benoit staples him to the boards. Puck along the near side. Matthews couldn't get it. Dowd back of the Toronto goal. Plays it back to the point. Walking the line with it to keep it in. It comes into the slot, and a shot is deflected up into the crowd off the stick of Alexander Alexiev. Great effort by John Tavares to set up things in front of the net, and a bouncing puck that Nylander tapped, but it lost its momentum just as it was heading to the goal line. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Bet365 doesn't do ordinary. That's why they've introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Got it into the slot now for Nyes, who scores!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Toronto 2. The Washington Capitals no score. And where they were hitting goalposts last night in Philadelphia, they're finding the back of the net tonight.
We have the total at 5 last night.
5 or 6. I think it was 6. Caps win the face-off, but can't get it delivered to the net. It comes back to the blue line. Van Riemsdyk carries down into the corner, got it around into the far corner, trying to center, looking for a man in front was McMichael. At the point, Ovechkin blasts one wide of the net. Kept in at the point on the far side. Ovechkin goes to the front of the goal. A shot stopped there by Wall. Played high to center ice. Capitals back in their own zone. Brought it to the line and in. Left wing side for McMichael. Back to the point. A shot. Down is Wall again. And Joseph Wall looking very, very confident in this one. And boy, we marvel at his ability to track the puck as well as he does. And you watch the scrambles here, and his eyes are just fixed on it, and his head moves accordingly.
And you and I have made the comparison before to Eddie Belfour.
Yes.
And not,
No, there's a long way to go before that.
Putting him into the Hall of Fame category just yet, but just with that ability that he follows, tracks everything to his body.
Shot from the point, deflected right on, and again, Wall cracked that well and got a left pad in front of it. Puck is around the boards to the far side. Nylander late getting there, but it comes to Tavares. Little pass up on the near wing for Nyes, who circles back, hoping for skating room, and pressured there by Milano. And then Nyes takes his man down. Is there going to be a penalty? Oh, here we go. Nyes is going to get the first penalty of the game. Now, he brought it upon himself. He had time, decided to bring the puck back deeper in his own end, and then had it stripped away and ends up upending the Washington player, Wilson. And this after all kinds of other things had gone on.
Leafs are out shooting Washington, though, here, Joe, in the second period, by a count of, what have we got, 10-4. We're not even at the midway mark of the second period. Tom Wilson drew the penalty. He'll stay out in the power play.
9:05 the time of the infraction. Washington's power play 20th in the league, 38 of 192.
But they've been hot lately. They've had at least one power play goal in 10 of their last 12 games.
4 of 13 in their last 5. Yep. Leafs win the face-off. Benoit circles the goal, works up on the left wing, carries it out at center, and then launches it all the way down into Washington territory. Caps back to organize. Boy, this is an area where Nicholas Backstrom was so good too, wasn't he? And he's been lost to the Capitals for most of the season as it went wide of the net. Back of the Toronto goal. Benoit unable to get to it. Pushed back towards Carlson. Carlson to the far side. Ovechkin there. A snapshot went off of Wilson. Played back into the corner. Round back of the net. It'll come up on the near side. Trapped there by Lapierre. Back to the point it comes. In along the boards once more. The Leafs trying to get to it. And then Benoit fanned on a clearing attempt. And Carlson keeps it in. Carlson to Ovechkin. Scores! From the office, Alex Ovechkin on the far side. The Leafs had a chance to clear, but the bottom line is that Matthew Knies takes a penalty that he really did not need to have happen.
But bottom line is, you just said it. Knies had a chance to clear. The Leafs shorthanded have a chance to clear. And it was Simon Benoit that just fanned on it on the left wing boards. That allowed John Carlson to take the puck at the blue line, move it to the middle of the ice, and then Alex Ovechkin had moved down even below his usual position. He was below the face-off down on the left wing side, and for Ovechkin, that is now 4 goals in his last 3 games. He had 2 power play goals in Calgary. This was the last game before the Washington Capitals came back home in their Western trip. Back to win 3 in a row: Seattle, Vancouver, and Calgary.
Played down into the Toronto end. Edmondson chases his man. The puck comes back to the point as Bertuzzi fell. Kept in now by the Caps. They work it into the corner. Centering pass partially blocked. Down in along the boards for Dowd. Getting it back to the point. A long shot. Big pad save made by the Leafs goaltender. And Wall picked that out so far that it's all the way back down into Washington territory. Dowd coming back at center. Up on the left wing it goes. Domi got it freed up. Matthews trying to backhand it high for Nylander, who was breaking, and it's shot back down into the Toronto end.
Well, Tyler Bertuzzi lost his stick and went to the Leaf bench. I think was looking for a new stick, but Willie Nylander just jumped on.
Played down into the Washington end. Caps dropping it back. Capitals 1 for 1 on the power play, and I guess the other aspect of that is Toronto Maple Leaf penalty kill has been nothing short of abysmal and has to improve a great deal or stay out of the penalty box. Into the slot, and a shot here is deflected wide of the Leaf goal. Taken to safety by McCabe. He and Riley will get it out at center, and a long lead pass trying to spring Nylander, and it was knocked away, and now here's Knies unable to keep it in, and it's back out at center ice for Washington. Up on the left wing, a drop pass and a rolling puck in on goal, and that was deflected just wide. A centering pass, and Tavares was there for Toronto. The captain skates it out into neutral ice, gets to the blue line and in. One hands it down into the corner, was expecting to have some support there. Able to get it in front of the net, though. A shot by Robertson is blocked. Robertson in the corner, trying to get it freed up, but couldn't. And it's cleared to the line and out at center ice.
Well, we talk about it again with Nick Robertson, right? Has the puck on his stick, loses it. Now tries to get it in, can't get that to go.
Leafs regroup in their own zone. A lead pass for Robertson. He gets down to deny icing. Now comes out in front with a pass along the goal crease line. And it is covered up and tackled behind the net was Pontus Holmberg.
And doesn't appear that the Leafs will be going on the power play. You're right. They were last night. They were 2 for 2 in the penalty kill against the Flyers, but killed just 11 of 17 in the 4 games before that.
Ovechkin has the Capitals on the board, but they trail 2-1 to the Maple Leafs. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Experience the excitement of the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments on Sirius XM and the all-new Sirius XM app.
A 16 has beaten a 1.
Search March Madness to hear Westwood One's coverage of all the games.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Plus pre- and post-game shows and get analysis on basketball and beyond with Coach K. Get radio channels for your games at SiriusXM.com/sports or search March Madness on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Andrew Burnett, head coach of the Nashville Predators. I think Roman Josi gets underrated nowadays.
I think maybe the consistency that he does it every year, you take it for granted a little bit. I mean, he's done everything in this game. His ability to raise his game is very unique. You know, I've been around some really good, great defensemen. He's right up there with them, and he does get over them.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The Leafs Radio Network.
Alex Ovechkin with goal number 844. He is 50 away from what I thought was probably an untouchable record, and maybe it still is. Wayne Gretzky. Leafs win the faceoff in the offensive zone. Shot blocked. Comes to the far boards. Kept in there by Liljegren. Matthews trying to shield the puck for Bertuzzi. Double teamed along the boards. That's drawing a crowd. Domi couldn't get it freed up. Bertuzzi does. Bertuzzi on the far side. Tried to get it back to the blue line. Just did. Bouncing puck in for Matthews. Sent wide of the net. Domi after it in the far corner. Domi back to the point. Liljegren can't send it to the net. Sends it into the corner. Curling out with it is Matthews. Matthews pass to the near side. Liljegren on the backhand. Sends it around the boards to the far corner. Domi back for Matthews. High slot. Wrist shot coming. Scores! Bertuzzi was in front of the net. But Austin Matthews has found the back of it. And it is 3-1 Toronto.
It is incredible how the streaks work. Austin Matthews hitting a number of crossbars and goal posts of late. And here you give all the credit to Tyler Bertuzzi. Matthews has got the puck just inside the blue line at the right point. But in front of the net, Tyler Bertuzzi, and he's got Nick Jensen with him. You know what? I think, Joe, this might have been deflected higher in the slot. And I don't know if that was Joel Edmondson was there or not, but it looked like it might have hit something and dropped. We'll see. Right now, I think they're giving it to Austin Matthews. But I don't think it was Bertuzzi. I think it was the defenseman Edmondson that was in front of the net that may have got a piece of that.
Well, he came into the game with 55 goals, matching out. Here's another chance for the Leafs, and it deflects over top of the goal. That was his second best total, and that was this year. He's closing in on 60, which he did in 2022 as the Capitals get it down into the zone, and they bank one in off wall from behind the net. John Carlson deflects it home. And it's tipped in front of the net then by Connor McMichael, and off the shoulder and into the goal.
Boy, the Leafs get backing in on top of Joseph Wall. Original shot is deflected wide, and McMichael from below the goal line, almost behind the net, looks up and just snaps it about 3 feet off the ice towards the front of the net, and it glances in off the left shoulder of Joseph Wall, who's trying to get back to the post. And the 2-goal lead for the Leafs does not last long.
Played high to center ice. Timmins for Benoit. Bounced in over the line. A shot rolls to the net and is easily covered up. And Dewar is in a brief shoving session there in front of the goal with Alexiev.
For Connor McMichael, that's 15 goals on the season. He hit back in late February of back-to-back 2-goal games. He had just 2 in the 12 since then. But with 6:04 to go in the second period, the Leafs, who led 2-0 and 3-1 in this game, are back to 1-goal advantage. And when you start talking about, we talk about the power play and penalty kill and everything else, but when you go back to last Saturday, blowing a 3-0 lead and then a 4-2 third period lead against the Carolina Hurricanes, This is probably right up there. Protecting leads or playing better with leads.
Holmberg waved out of the face-off circle. Robertson will take the draw with Dowd. And Dowd wins it cleanly, and the Caps are going to alley-oop it high to center ice. It bounces over on the left wing. The Leafs are able to turn it back up ice. Pontus Holmberg circles back, dropping it off now, and Nyes will try to shoot it in and then go in there after it. Robertson with him as the puck goes around the back of the goal and cleared out at center ice by Washington. Grabbing it now is Nicholas Aube-Kubel. He's going to bounce it in wide of the Leaf goal. Connor Timmins gets it up on the wing quickly. Rink wide to Benoit. Benoit off a skate into Washington territory. Robertson back of the net, couldn't get it away. And the Caps are going to get it up on the wing and launch it high to center ice. Settled down, stolen back by Toronto. Matthews back in with Domi. Domi to the left wing side, back in for Matthews from Bertuzzi, and it went just wide. Good opportunity there for the Maple Leafs. Back come the Caps to get it down into the Toronto end. Cleared by Wall around the boards, but it is trapped and blocked back to the point. Carlson to the left wing side, and a shot smothered by Wall on the short side off the stick of Wilson, and a face-off coming in the Toronto end as a result. Austin Matthews has got two of them, but the Maple Leafs with a 3-2 lead over the Washington Capitals' second period action. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, I'll move and day. Think 2 minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks. So give us a call today.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, we can expect more thunderstorms as the evening approaches, and then overnight... Oh, hold on. Yeah, can I get 2 number 6s with a side of curly fries? Hold the onions, please. Yeah.
Harold, are you in the drive-thru right now?
Jim, no one listens to this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, great.
Weather reports don't matter when you drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herron. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Heathwood's all-brick single-family homes come with a long list of features you've always dreamed of. Gourmet kitchens, freestanding tubs, and even fully finished lower levels. Dare to compare and you'll see why it's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Long shot, deflects in front of the goal. They backhand it into the net.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs have had some pretty good success against Washington. 6-1 in their last 7 games and 3-1 in the last 4 played at Capital One Arena in the District of Columbia. Around the boards it comes to the near side. Played back to the point. Kept in by the Capitals. Down into the corner. Wilson trying to find Milano. Comes back to Carlson. Kept in on for Milano. He had his first shot blocked. Sends to the left wing side for Sandin. Sandin can't send it to the net. Gets it around back of the goal though. And then a wraparound attempt didn't work. And then it came in front of the net. And that was blocked on a good play by Connor Dewar. Dewar to center ice and in on the left wing. Pulls up. Now taken to the boards and knocked down by Wilson. Camp against the wall. Knocks his man down. Wilson getting in a pretty good cross check on the way through. And the Caps will get it out at center ice. Edmondson. For Liljegren. To the line. Right wing side into the corner. Nowhere to go with it as the Leafs were changing. And Washington comes away with 3:55 left in the period to send a long lead pass in on the left wing for Milano. Sonny Milano getting it back, but it's knocked away by Bertuzzi. Quickly to Domi. He's got Matthews with him. Domi trying to slip it in for Matthews, who goes to the net. A bouncing puck that he couldn't control. Back to the point it comes, and now Domi working the line to get it off on the wing for Benoit along the boards, comes out. Matthews still with it. Back to the blue line. Timmins can't get a shot. Domi is able to keep it into the open side for Benoit. Down into the corner for Matthews. Back to the point. The one-timer comes. Matthews scores on the rebound. Throw the hat. The big guy has got 3.
Little bigger celebration on this one as the Leafs restore their 2-goal lead. As the Leafs do a lot of great work along the boards to keep the play alive. And Max Domi made a nice little tight turn at the blue line to throw it to Benoit. Benoit got it to Matthews and then relayed it back to the point. And Connor Timmins let the blast go, and the rebound lands right onto the stick of Austin Matthews. And for Matthews, that is the 7th 3-goal game of the season. Oh, now they're going to, it looks like this one is going to be under review, Joe.
Sounds like it's coach's challenge here.
And for an offside.
Spencer Carbury deciding to have a coach's challenge on an offside.
Now, I don't know if that was on the Leafs' entry into the zone, or if they thought the puck might have come out.
Close to the blue line when it was coming back out. Well, everybody's looking at the tablets, and
it's the far side, Tyler Bertuzzi.
And it's from the angle that we had with Domi bringing it in, you couldn't see Bertuzzi's foot.
But unless his leg is
a little longer
6.5 feet long, I think this is going to come back. I think the Capitals have a better view than what we've seen. Tyler Bertuzzi trying to drag the left skate. But we have seen just with Bertuzzi, because the puck comes in on the left wing side and Bertuzzi is on the far side, the right wing boards in front of the Leaf bench.
Well, the decision has been made
rather quickly. And I have a feeling Austin Matthews' hat-trick goal is going to have to wait.
Yep.
Boy, just when you were going to say, boy, now the bounces are all going Austin Matthews' way, he has that one called back. So, tick the clock back to 57. And even though it doesn't have anything to do with the play at all, that's a pretty easy call to make. Now we're getting a look at it as, Max Domi kind of took his time getting over the Washington blue line on the left wing side, and you see Tyler Bertuzzi tried to pull up but couldn't do it, and we're back to a 3-2 score.
There the Caps flipping it in, knocked down by Morgan Riley. Chipped ahead for Bobby McMahon. His pass, though, was intercepted, quickly brought in again by Washington. In on the left wing, Garbosa back to the point, and a shot coming is gloved by Wall. 3:18 left to go, and we get some shoving down back of the Toronto goal. Whoa! And one of the Capitals got lifted right off his skates and down onto his back by, is that Morgan Riley? I think it was.
Well, Jake McCabe is in there as well. He and Riley and McCabe both had a hold of Mallenstein, who was the Washington player that ended up going down.
Boy, he just got lifted right off his skates.
Well, you want to get in the scrum.
Well, Mallenstein went in after the glove and kind of stared down Joseph Wall, and the boys said, we're not having any of that.
Yeah, Nick Dowd came in as well to the 8. I don't think we're going to get penalties. If we do, they're going to be offsetting.
The official is having some stern words with Joseph Wall.
Well, I think Wall might be saying, look, the guy comes in and he's trying to hack at my glove after the fact. And, of course, as you would expect, Tom Wilson now has come out onto the ice.
Had a word for the official. He has had a busy season with 116 minutes in penalties. He has 17 goals and 31 points, minus 18. A plus-minus department. Shot down into the Toronto end with 3:12 to go in the period. Chipped up on the wing, and Matthews is able to muscle it out. Now Matthews back in his own zone, trying to drop it back for Edmondson. He finds his defense partner, and Liljegren will play it deep into Washington territory, but it's right at the net, just over the net, where it's easily caught by Charlie Lindgren, and so a face-off coming in the Washington zone with 2:54 to go in the second period. Well, it appeared that Austin Matthews had another hat trick.
His 7th of the year, but even with the 2-goal game now, that is 16 multi-goal games on the season.
Amazing. Draw controlled. Matthews comes out of the corner with it, around back of the goal. Centers in front of the net for Benoit. And that was blocked in front of the goal, just in front of Lindgren. Cleared out, but not out of the zone. Domi against the boards for Matthews. Got it back to the blue line, but Timmins couldn't keep it in for him. And the Leafs have to go back to center to restore. And a long shoot-in goes high off the glass, back into Washington territory. Bertuzzi down the boards comes Benoit to punch to keep it in, and it's cleared out at center ice, and Connor Timmins is there. Timmins is only the second Leaf right-handed defenseman. Liljegren the other. And it's played back into the Toronto end, and Timmins working it around back of the net. Got it up on the boards, clipped ahead and out at center ice with exactly 2 minutes to play in the period. Caps back in their own zone, trying to organize. And it is Van Riemsdyk carrying it out. He'll get it up on the left wing. Having difficulties with it there was Lapierre, and he turns the puck over, and the Maple Leafs bring it right back. Dewar sends it down into the corner. In goes Gregor with a hit on the boards. Dewar getting it back of the net for him. Gregor into the far corner, tries to center. That hit the side of the goal. Dewar with the puck again, back towards the blue line, into the corner. Another shot goes wide of the Washington goal, kept in by McCabe. Back into the far side. Riley is able to punch it back of the net now from David Camp. Camp works off the wall, plays it back behind the net as they try to cycle the puck a little here. And with Nylander coming over the boards, the Capitals get it out at center ice. Al McCabe back in over the line for Tavares. Tavares down into the corner. Tavares one-hands it back for McCabe at the left point. He gets it back to the captain. Tavares working on the half boards, twists and turns, still with it. Needs to get it in deep and does. Has a man back of the net with McMahon. Bobby McMahon coming out, got it back to the point, and a shot by Tavares was blasted just wide of the net. Nylander couldn't track down the rebound that came off the inboards. 34 seconds left in the period. Cleared off a stick into the spectators. And there'll be a face-off coming in the Washington zone as a result.
That's another one that almost works out for the Leafs. How this doesn't hit Willie Nylander. Goes off the backboards. The shot for the left point.
Went
off
right
the backboards and right through his legs. I mean, that could easily have glanced off his leg, his knee, and into the net.
Face off to the left. Won by Toronto. Kept alive as it comes back to the point now for Matthews to Domi. Domi's wrist shot scores! A deflection in front of the net. Is it McCabe, who might have been sifting around in front? And Jake McCabe deflects in the wrist shot from the blue line to restore the 4-2 lead. And I believe this one will stand.
It's not often you will get a defenseman score a goal on a deflection. But again, you know who you give a lot of credit to is Willie Nylander, who is in a battle trying to get to the front of the net. But it's Jake McCabe. He doesn't even have his stick on the ice. Is right there as Max Domi rifles the snap shot from the blue line, very similar to where Austin Matthews was when he scored his second goal. But the Leafs have regained a 2-goal lead.
3-point night for Max Domi.
7 goals in their last 3 periods now for Toronto.
Played high and deep into the Toronto zone with 9 seconds left in the period. Got to the blue line and out. Now here's Dewar just sending it in over the line to eat up the remaining seconds. And the second period is in the books. So after a 1-0 Toronto lead, it looked like Austin Matthews had scored twice. but his hat-trick goal is denied due to video review. But Jake McCabe adds his 7th of the year from Domi, and the Maple Leafs have a 4-2 lead.
The Leafs score in the opening seconds of both the first and second period, and the dying seconds of the second period as well. Didn't Philly do that last night as well?
And almost to the exact seconds. In fact, the second goal was exactly 56 seconds each.
Is that amazing?
Isn't it? The first Flyer goal last night was 19 seconds in. Matthews beat that by 3.
Of course, big difference. Paying up, put the Flyers up 3-0 into the third. Leafs are up 4-2 into the third period in Washington.
Now, knowing this, we should have gone to Bet365 that this was going to happen, as we obviously have a great insight into this sport.
What are the odds we'd do that?
What are the odds I think that we could do it? At any rate, we'll ship it off to Eilish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert. 4-2, the Leafs with the lead. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
March Madness is finally here. For the best analysis and coverage of the NCAA tournament, tune into Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
Oh, he bangs it home!
From the title contenders to the Cinderella teams, we've got you covered through the national championship in Phoenix.
We really don't know how teams are going to respond in March.
It's all on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, our Power 5 conference channels 371 through 375, and the all-new Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
The general manager of the Vegas Golden Knights, Kelly McCrimmon.
Vegas so quickly has become a place where players want to go.
Players appreciate that we're trying to win, and I think we've come to expect it. It's their livelihood and all of those things that go with it. So we try to do what we can to help that happen.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Points with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Andrew Burnett, head coach of the Nashville Predators. I think Roman Josi gets underrated nowadays.
I think maybe the consistency that he does it every year, you take it for granted a little bit. I mean, he's done everything in this game. His ability to raise his game is very unique. You know, I've been around some really good, great defensemen. He's right up there with them, and he does get overlooked.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the Sirius XM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the Sirius XM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Leafs.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on Sirius XM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, over,
and get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Olaf is stick before he could get a shot away. Now on the right side, Nylander rings it up. No, they score. I thought he rang it off the goalpost. There was very little celebration from him. High slot, wrist shot coming, scores! Bertuzzi was in front of the net, but Austin Matthews has found the back of it. Domi's wrist shot, scores! A deflection in front of the net. Is it McCabe, who might have been sifting around in front? And Jake McCabe deflects in the wrist shot from the blue line to restore the 4-2 lead, and I believe this one will stand.
Welcome back to Most Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Joe Bowen said it best. Leafs lead 4-2 after 40 minutes. That was a fun period. Lots of goal scoring, couple called back, a hat trick that was denied. Willie, Ovi, Matthews, the three big pillars of tonight's game.
Yeah, all the names of the marquee contributing in that period, which was played far more aesthetically pleasing than the first period. That's just, we talked about in the pregame, something about Austin Matthews. The goals don't come every night, but when they come all at once. Yeah. And again, one taken off the board for Matthews. I would not be surprised if he scored in the third period because it just seems like one of those nights. And when it's one of those nights, it's 2 or 3. I don't think he said 4 yet. But Matthews scoring in bunches has been a big theme to this season. There are dry spells, and there are nights like tonight where it just seems like he's, he is that guy, which is the best goal scorer on the planet right now.
It makes you laugh at some of the conversations we've been having over the last week or two when Matthews wasn't scoring a goal a game. And, where's Matthews? And then he's like, I'm here. Here's 3 for you. So he does get 2. That third one, a big offside by Tyler Bertuzzi. That'll be tough if he ends up with 69 goals, which he's now on pace for. And he's 1 goal short of 70. And Bertuzzi just couldn't drag his leg for 1/8 of a second longer. But how pissed are you if you're at that game and you throw your hat on the ice, which many Leafs fans did, and then the review and it's no longer a hat trick? What happens then? You lose your hat and you don't get the glory. And then if he does score in this third period, which odds are probably 50-50, you don't have a hat to throw.
Yeah, unless you brought 2. You don't have one to properly celebrate the matter. I don't think I'd ever be hat throwing guy, which is maybe blasphemous.
Surprise me.
Would you throw your hat?
It depends on how many beers I've had.
And the hat.
The hat's
I think
important.
that's key.
I got a couple nice hats. I had this idea when Matthews had scored back-to-back hat tricks early on in the season. He's done it a few times. I said that Carlton the Bear or somebody should make a little hat shack right outside Scotiabank Arena where they sell like junky Dollarama hats. And it's like 2 hats for $10 or whatever. And you grab them, you can throw them on the ice, and they're not nice. But like
when someone's on a hat trick, you roll that thing out there. And
they're so smart. And it could be donations for like MLSE. It could be something like these aren't fancy hats. Because now if you go to Scotiabank or you go to any sporting event, honestly, I bought a nice Raptors hat last time I was there. It was $50 for a ball cap.
That's too much.
And I'm not going to throw that. I'm sorry. I'm not going to throw it on the ice unless it's Bobby McHattrick. But, when Austin Matthews does it every other game, $50 is a lot.
It's got to be more annoying, forget the hat people, to Austin Matthews than it is to anyone else, right? Like he gave a little bit extra on the celebration, pretty happy to score that hat trick while it lasted, pretty happy to get back on track, to put his pace back at 70, to do all these things. And then you got to sit on the bench and what's coming back
he'll
because
probably get one.
Teams don't get these things wrong anymore. So it's offside. Okay.
Right. As soon as there's a coach's challenge,
And now I got to sit here and wait for me losing.
Challenge. It was a smart challenge.
Glad they don't have that in men's league.
No, which you have to run to after this game. Justin's got a big game tonight,
see if
folks.
I can get there.
Just as important as this one. All right. So Austin Matthews has 2 and Ovechkin does get on the board. And we were talking about this in the pregame. These two obviously knowing the stakes, knowing where they're at in their own careers, knowing where the numbers are in terms of what's their next milestone. Tonight's the 6th time that Matthews and Ovechkin have both scored in the same game while facing each other, which that's a lot. Like these guys aren't playing, every single night. 6 is a lot for both of them to be scoring in the same game. That includes playoffs though as well. So I think we talked about it. Do they know? Do they elevate? It really feels like it. Now Ovi's 51 goals away from passing Wayne Gretzky. It's happening.
Yeah, every goal is huge. Every goal for Alexander Ovechkin is huge because, as we talked about in the pregame, it's going to get tougher to score these goals every single night, every week, every month, every year, every time that he has to start or continue, lace him up again in an NHL game, especially when you're getting 40 years. Like, if he can do it before he turns 40, then all the better, because it's going to be really hard at 40 and maybe hard on this Capitals organization. But tonight it was vintage. It was Ovi in his office, Ovi scoring the goal that we've seen scored many a times now. And it looks right. It looks like he can still do it when he's in that spot. It's just maybe not the all-encompassing 60-minute sort of influence that he's had previously.
Also, 3-point night for Domi, who's got an opportunity and is taking the most of it.
Let's see Domi, Marner, Matthews.
Maybe we will. Maybe Sheldon Keefe is seeing what we're all seeing. We'll have to wait and see.
And we'll have to wait and see on Bertuzzi as well.
We'll have to wait and take a break. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Get the official NHL app to watch, read, and listen to all the deeks.
All I can say is absolutely wow.
All the sauce. All the saves.
Stop from Vasilevsky.
All the hits. All the snipes. All the sellies.
He scores! Unbelievable!
All the hockey. If it's hockey, it's here. Listen to every NHL game for free, now with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Download the official NHL app now.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Heron. Experience a new level of luxury at Williamsburg Green. Your new single-family home will have all the modern features you dream about, even a fully finished lower level. Kitchener's newest master plan community with bike trails, parks, and a new library. Williamsburg Green has it all. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, it's a lovely spring day here on the beach. I came here for some solo time, like I do, but I got hungry instantly, so I went to Bob's Boardwalk Bistro when Bob says, sorry, cash only. Luckily for me, I always have a $5 bill stashed in my sandals, so I give it to Bob, and he says, we don't accept foot money here. That's
Thanks,
how he
Harold.
talks. But now
Weather
I'm starving,
reports
and I'm
don't
looking
matter
for
when
something
you
to
drive
eat.
a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
Truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2-minute truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2-minute truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks. So give us a call today.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs Hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Before we send it to the third period where the Leafs lead 4-2 against the Washington Capitals, let's take one last look here at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19+. Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Yep, it's a quiet one in the NHL tonight. Only one other game ongoing. The Dallas Stars hold a commanding 3-1 lead over the Arizona Coyotes. And still to come tonight, the Wild and Kings from Los Angeles.
All right, Leafs have 20 minutes to hold a lead to maybe give Austin Matthews a hat trick back to see if Joseph Woll can stay steady in the net. Maybe Max Domi gets another point It's just maybe a safe, clean win would be most important.
Have to come up with a name for a hat trick after getting a hat trick called back if Matthews
I'll work
gets
on
his
that.
third. You'll workshop that.
We had that one. What was that one?
It was a sidecar.
Sidecar.
I forget what it was, though. Didn't stick.
See, we've already forgot. A listener will know. All right. 20 minutes left in this one. Leafs lead 4-2 after 40. Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph will have the call the third period next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Tonight on Sirius XM Sports.
The first four of the NCAA men's basketball tournament resumes tonight on College Sports Radio. Tune in as the Grambling Tigers take on the Montana State Bobcats, followed by the Colorado Buffaloes and Boise State Broncos on your home for March Madness, Sirius XM Channel 84 and the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on Sirius XM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, over,
and get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, yeah, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee. Because the real truth is this. They got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs carry a lead into the third period, thanks to Jake McCabe, who scored at 19:35. So the Leafs have done a lot of damage in the first and last minute of a period. They scored at 16 seconds of the first, 56 seconds of the second, and at 19:35 for McCabe is 7th from Domi and Matthews. Austin Matthews has got numbers 56 and 57. Looked like he had 58, but a video review erased the goal on an offside of Tyler Bertuzzi trying to get across the line. Boy, that is close, but it was ruled offside.
Yep, I think they got the call right on that. By the way, 4 goals against Charlie Lindgren in the first 2 periods. He's only given up 4 goals in his last 3 starts combined, which included a couple of 2-1 wins over the Seattle Kraken and the Vancouver Canucks. I mean, to go into Vancouver and steal a game in a 2-1 win is no small feat.
Faceoff wasn't done correctly. Looks like they're going to have to bring it back and put the time back on and start the period all over again. Well, we can give you the puck drop time here with the Leafs out shooting Washington 22-17. And puck is dropped and we're underway. Here's Matthews, unable to get it into the zone. Wilson for Washington sends it down into the Toronto end. Wall along the boards for McCabe. Pushed out past Domi to center ice. Caps at their own blue line, regrouping the puck with Fairbury, getting it ahead. Launch back into the Toronto zone. Swept around the boards there by Wall, but it comes to the point. Long shot. Wall is forced to make a save to knock it away. Domi back in his own zone. Outlets and gets it ahead to Bertuzzi. And he's going to flip in and head to the bench and get a change of players going. 2-goal lead for the Maple Leafs. And it's played up on the right wing. Almost a turnover here as Nylander got it to Tavares, who chips it in. Nyes into the forecheck. Nylander as well. Tavares down the boards. Nylander got to it but couldn't get it back to the point. And the Caps are able to push it out at center ice to Ovechkin. He'll shoot it into the Toronto zone. Round on the boards, it comes back into the slot area. Gobbled up there by the Maple Leafs. And Nyes pulls his way to center and is able to launch it in. And the Leafs are starting a change, and there's a penalty here.
It's going to be a hooking call.
And the Leafs are going to go to their first power play opportunity of the game, I believe.
And is it Ovechkin that's going to go? I think somebody better go tell him, because he looks like he's in total disbelief. It might have been on, who was it, Matthew Nye? Oh boy, this is a weak call. I mean, for this to be only the second power play in a game.
Yep.
I mean, this is a weak call. This is very briefly. Ovechkin's got his hands into what? Hip area of Matthew Nyes.
1:10 the time. Leaf power play has been well documented.
Well, and Timothy Liljegren again getting the start on the power play ahead of Morgan Riley.
Down into the Toronto zone, and Liljegren starts out with it. Gets to center, ran into a traffic jam, got the puck back, drops it even deeper for Nylander. Nylander gets it over on the left wing and into the zone. Tavares getting it back to the blue line, but it's knocked away and into the Washington bench.
That could have been disaster.
Yeah, Nick Dowd was away to the races if it doesn't.
And now the Leafs simply look nervous on the power play, don't they? I mean, it's not about execution and everything else. It's about playing like you're scared to give up an odd man rush while you've got the extra man. By the way, I think Morgan Riley's only power play goal of the season came in Washington early on.
Leafs win the face-off. Liljegren steps into the slot to Matthews, who doesn't shoot it. Now Liljegren does, but it's blocked. Matthews gets a wired one and into the chest of Lindgren as the puck squirted free at the top of the circles, and he launched that one. That may have a bit of a bruise attached to it later on.
But the Leafs right before that almost cough it up again. And we're fortunate they were able to get it back and shovel it to Matthews in the right wing circle. Matthews seemed to be swinging from his heels on that.
Yeah, that looked like a baseball swing, didn't it? Face off in the circle, push to the far wing. Nylander got there but couldn't make contact with the puck, and the Caps get it back into neutral ice. Liljegren dropping it back once more. Matthews in his own zone to Nylander. Nylander hoping to stretch things out. Now comes to the red line. Tried to make a pass in. Matthews knocked it down, and they're saying a glove pass. I thought he got his stick on it after gloving it down, but the official said no, and there's not an awful lot of arguing done after the whistle goes.
So again, the power play woes continue for the Leafs. And I don't think that, although, I mean, neither team really had control of it.
No, certainly touched it. First power play grouping is off the ice after not really doing much. Robertson got it off on the wing, brought in by the Maple Leafs now with Nyes getting it around back of the net. Flipped around the boards to the near side for Robertson. Back to the point. Riley keeping it alive from far side to Domi. Back to Riley, and it bounced over his stick and comes to center. Robertson has to go back for it. Gives it off to the Leaf defenseman, and the veteran comes to center. Looking back at his own blue line. The pass comes back. Robertson, a nifty move to get to the line and in. Banking it around the boards to the far side. Brought back to the blue line. It comes to Riley on the near side. Bank pass to Robertson. Return to Riley. Walks the line. Off to Robertson with a one-timer. Oh, and that was stopped in front of the net as it comes back to the point. Kept alive by Domi. A shot blockered away there by Lindgren. Robertson with it. First pressure the Leafs have had. Another pass in front of the net. Coming back to the blue line. It's going to be out over the line, and Ovechkin out of the penalty box. Shoots it down in on the Leaf zone.
Doesn't make you want to scream for more power plays, does it?
No. Played ahead at center ice. And off the wing, it comes into the Washington end. Swept by Sandin around to his defense partner. Then he gets it returned to him. And Sandin works around back of the net. traded by the Maple Leafs. Easton Cowan, the end result. The first-round pick of the Capitals used last spring. Played off the boards and along the boards. It comes back into the near corner. Leafs trying to get there with Benoit running into Aubé-Kubel. And the Leafs camp got it to the blue line, but not out. But Benoit makes an outlet pass. And now it is scooped back down into Washington territory. Dewar against the boards with Noah Gregor, who got tripped up and fell back of the goal. And back come Washington with a bank pass out at center ice for McMichael, who gets it in over the line. Sandin trying to make a little toe drag move. That didn't get it to the net. He gets it back to the point, and the puck turned over. And a penalty coming here to Washington as Bertuzzi was going to be on a breakaway. And Carlson makes a, breakaway saving hook trip tackle.
We talked about it last night. There are good penalties to take. And even though you don't like the turnover if you're the Washington Capitals, John Carlson over-skated the puck, and Tyler Bertuzzi was going to take it the other way. This is a spectacular slash, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's onto the stick of Bertuzzi, but it takes Bertuzzi down.
4:24 the time of the penalty. And it's not how many you score, it's when you do, and the power play has a chance here to build a 3-goal lead, and Washington sends it out and down the ice. Slashing call to Carlson. Liljegren starts out with a drop pass to Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi trying to drop it back further, does. Nylander through neutral ice to Matthews, left wing side for Tavares. Tavares trying to control the puck on the board, got it back to the blue line, but it's intercepted there and shot down the ice. Second unit has been much more effective, but the first unit still out there. Liljegren dropping for Nylander. To Matthews. To the line and into Tavares. Tavares into the slot for Nylander. His pass went off a skate. Kept alive now for Bertuzzi. Into the corner for Matthews. Back to the point, Liljegren. Holding to Matthews. Doesn't shoot it. Matthews in front for Tavares, and that was blocked. Got it back to Liljegren. Now to Nylander. Nylander being chased hard by Nick Jensen. Nylander with a centering pass is blocked. The rebound came in front. It's gloved ahead and shot down the ice now by Washington. 42 seconds left to go in the penalty. Morgan Riley brings the second unit out. He'll drop this back. Domi hits the line and gets it in over the line. Nye stops up nicely to contain into the corner. Half boards back to the blue line to Riley. Wrist shot coming, but it's wide. Rebound back at the net, trying to center it there was Bobby McMahon, but it's grabbed off by the Caps and played out at center ice by Malenstein. Robertson off a skate. Riley's going to shoot it in this time. Around the board, stopped there by Lindgren, back of the net. Caps get it ahead. Penalty expires, and it's out at center ice now for Malenstein across the line. Trying to play it around back of the net. McCabe taken down, but the puck goes to Benoit, and Simon Benoit trying to skate it out. Ran into a traffic jam of the Leafs trying to get off the ice. Now he's interfered with, and the pass back in front. They score! Oh, my! Ovechkin gets the goal, but how is that not a penalty?
Through this whole thing, Simon Benoit, I know he's upset for being taken down, but the Leafs were on a change, and he tried to navigate along the boards in front of the Leaf bench, getting it past Nyes, Domi, and Kemp, who were all on their way off. And that's where the turnover occurred, and then Benoit, trying to scramble to recover, was unable to do so, and Alex Ovechkin takes the perfect pass. Is that Strome, I believe, that's moved in with Ovechkin on a 2-on-1 the other way. Only Jake McCabe was back. Strome found Ovechkin, and Ovechkin now back-to-back 2-goal games and 5 in his last 3. Have the Capitals back to within 1, and once again the Leaf power play provides a turning point for the opposition. 2 power plays here in the third period to go up 5-2. And what do? They cough it up and back into a one-goal game.
And really don't get any kind of
maybe
Matthews chance.
One chance.
Maybe. We might be stretching it. Caps get it out at center. Garbosa over on the left wing for Sandin. He couldn't get by the defense. And it is Camp relaying it back down into Washington territory. Lindgren out of the goal to play it along the boards. Capitals back in their own zone with Van Riemsdyk. 12 and a half minutes to play in the third, and it's a 1-goal game. Up on the left wing side now for Milano. Got it in on the right wing for Strome. Strome holds, comes into the slot, got a shot away that was knocked down in front of the net by Riley. The puck comes around the boards. Riley took Wilson down rather efficiently. Long shot wide of the Toronto goal, chipped out by Tavares. Nylander coming through neutral ice and in. Nylander into the top of the circle with a pass down low, scores! Bobby McMahon relays a one-timer from Nylander, been behind Lindgren, and the Leafs restore the 2-goal lead.
Chance off the rush, and this is all Willie Nylander. He starts out of his own zone on the right wing boards, sifts through center, then towards the left wing boards into the Washington zone, and now he's got options as he gets to the top of the left wing circle and he decides to go to the short side. To Bobby McMahon heading to the net, and McMahon shuffles this through the pads of Lindgren, and the Leafs lead is back to 2, 5-3 Toronto.
Is there a rule in the NHL that you can decline the penalty?
Geez.
Shot by Domi deflects wide. Bertuzzi getting it in front of the net, and Matthews couldn't get his stick down. Well covered in front of the goal. Back come the Caps in over the line. Domi knocking it out over the line. Matthews gets a pass from Bertuzzi. He's in across the line, still with it. Got a shot away, steered wide of the net by Lindgren. And after it in the far corner is Connor McMichael. He loses it to Domi. Domi centers for Matthews. Across ice in front. They score! Bertuzzi on a pretty little feed from Austin Matthews. And the Maple Leafs have a 6-3 lead. See, you're just too involved with the power play, Mr. Ralph. This is the way things work.
At least somebody's involved in the power play. Is off the rush again. And this is when you talk about Austin Matthews and is his #1 goal trying to rack up the stats in the goal scoring category. This would say no. Matthews still in the position to deliver the puck to the net. But from the left wing circle, takes it and spins the backhand pass to Bertuzzi, who just manages to knife it past Charlie Lindgren on the short side.
Bertuzzi, for one reason or another that will be discussed post-game, did not play in the first almost 10 minutes of the first period. We did not at a position to see the bench because of doing it off the monitor, so I'm not even sure he was on the bench, but I guess that will be a question that the coaching staff will be asked rather quickly, I would imagine. But Bertuzzi has scored his 15th of the season. Here are the Caps trying to get a shot to the net. That was deflected wide. Morgan Riley playing it ahead. Banked off the boards to center. Pontus Holmberg gets it down into Washington territory, and we're approaching the midpoint of the period, and we got too many men on the ice. And it might be against Washington.
Might be deliberate.
Well, we'll wait and see if the Leafs decline the penalty and the flag's picked up, but I'm not sure that they can do it. But this will be the third power play opportunity for the Maple Leafs in this game.
You know, things have turned on the power play when Sheldon Keefe is yelling at the referees for a Washington penalty.
Exactly. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Baseball is back, and the Dodgers and Padres will begin the 2024 regular season on MLB's World Tour in Seoul, Korea. Here are the action, including Shohei Ohtani's Dodger debut on Wednesday and Thursday morning at 6:05 Eastern. Sirius 106, XM 175, or find your hometown broadcasters on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Shohei Ohtani brings them to their feet.
After the final out, talk about the game on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 89, and the Sirius XM app.
The Points with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on Sirius XM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, overhead!
And get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM and the Leafs Radio Network.
Period brought to you by Desjardins Insurance, helping Canadians through it all. Desjardins Insurance with a heart so big it shows. Visit Desjardins.com/heart today. Leafs on the power play, up 6-3. And if that takes the pressure off the power play, maybe we'll see a little better result here as it's cleared by Bertuzzi, back of the net. Along the boards, far side for Nylander. Nylander into the slot looking for Tavares. It comes in front of the net, but it's quickly shot out and down the ice.
It really seems like the teams in defending the Leafs power play are very aggressive, right? It's not that passive box. Somebody's got the puck. They're being forced.
Cleared down into the zone. Nylander comes out of the corner with it. Back towards the blue line, right wing side. Down low to Matthews. Back to the point. It goes to Liljegren. To Matthews once more. Top of the circle. Off to Liljegren. Now to Matthews with a one-timer. And that deflected just wide. Tavares, who's had 2 assists in the game, gets it back to Matthews. Matthews working in into the right wing corner. Stops it up. Back to the point. Liljegren, far side, Nylander. Big rebound in front. Oh, and a chance for Bertuzzi. And he didn't get any wood on it, or he had an empty net.
Well,
McMichael gets it back.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that rebound just came right back into his skates.
Yeah, did it ever. Tavares goes back behind the net. 43 seconds left as the Leafs are changing the power play. Liljegren dropping it back. It was a bit of a dangerous pass, but now Domi is able to get it out on the wing for McMahon. McMahon to the left wing side, chipped in by Nyes for Robertson. Robertson tried to get it back to him. It comes back to the point to Riley. Riley walks the line with 20 seconds left in the penalty. A pass by Domi is intercepted and cleared out at center ice, and now trying to work in over the line was Malenstein. Malenstein into the far corner, killing off the remaining seconds of this power play as it's cleared back out at center ice, and the Caps will backpedal and efficiently kill off the remainder of the power play. 0 for 3 on the night. Leafs have scored 6 goals, and not one of them has been by way of the man advantage. Now Ovechkin trying to play it into the slot area, knocked away nicely by the Leafs. Chipped up on the wing, but not cleared. A pass in front of the goal. Knocked down. Good play by the Leafs in front of the net. And it's cleared up on the wing and out at center ice. Caps get it back on the left wing for Wilson. Wilson in, dropping for his man, and a shot deflects in front of the goal. Leafs are able to dig it out, and Noah Gregor skates it through neutral ice. Works in on the right wing. Backhands around back of the net. Took a hit from behind there by Wilson, and another Washington penalty is coming here.
Noah Gregor looks like he's hurt. Now, I don't know if Tom Wilson, who's really not an apologist on most things that he does, is standing arguing with the official in front of Noah Gregor. 7:45 to go. Wow. This is a one-handed slash to the face. And maybe Wilson is apologizing for it. Although we've seen him do a lot worse, too.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, we can expect more thunderstorms as the evening approaches, and then overnight... Oh, hold on. Yeah, can I get 2 number 6s with a side of curly fries? Hold the onions, please. Yeah.
Harold, are you in the drive-thru right now?
Jim, no one listens to this. Oh, thank you. Yep, great.
Weather reports don't matter when you drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs Hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
You watch this swing by Wilson with his stick. If it's not a deliberate, I mean, he takes right in them. The puck is nowhere near anything.
So Gregor's in front of him. Wilson has his hand on his left hand on his stick, and as the puck goes around behind the net, they're in the corner. Wilson with one hand, and it's going to be a double minor, a 4-minute power play for the Leafs.
It's got to be an intentional attempt to injure. And Noah Gregor's lucky he's got all of his chiclets.
The Leafs don't have a power play for the first 2 periods. Now they've got 5 here in the third.
I'm sure the Department of Player Safety won't be looking at that because Wilson doesn't have much of a track record at all. Puck is in the Washington zone. The Capitals are getting free of it and playing it down the ice and racing after it here. Here's Malenstein trying to get it in front of the goal, and getting back in time is Tavares. Tavares makes a nifty move to come through neutral ice. Hits the line with a pass off on the wing to Nylander. Back to Tavares, a centering pass. Oh, and Bertuzzi just failed to tap it home. Puck is back at the goal. Chipped into the corner for Nylander. Nylander gets it back to the blue line to Matthews. He walks the line. Far side now for Liljegren. Back to Matthews. One-timer, didn't get much on it. Shot down the ice by Washington. If nothing else, it's going to eat up some of the clock. And now Bertuzzi turns the puck over. Here's McMichael in with a shot that is smothered by Wall, who throws it aside.
That's a smart play by Wall. You got to play to make. Don't take the 50-50 chance on a face-off in your own zone.
Played back into the Toronto zone. Matthews turning. He looks like he is going to lead the rush and then head to the bench. McMahon gets the pass on the right wing. Feeds it back to the blue line. Riley just keeping it in at the blue line. Too far for Robertson. Nyes couldn't come up with it. Pinching down Domi on the far side. Domi was knocked down from behind. Puck goes back to Riley. Riley walks to the line, gets it to Domi. His shot is deflecting and going up into the screen and out of play.
Got a birthday today.
Yes, it is. A very important birthday. Number 76 for Robert Gordon Orr.
76 for number 4.
Everybody, who's the greatest player that ever played in this league? And I always have the line that Bill Waters used to use. You take 5 Wayne Gretzky's, I'll take 5 Bobby Orr's, drop the puck, and I'm wagering heavily on my team.
And he had a mean streak as well.
Oh, yes, he did. But I don't know if there was anyone more talented than that young man from Perry Sound. Shot goes wide of the net. Backhand try by Robertson. went just wide of the goal, and it's cleared by Washington down the ice.
Certainly. I mean, I think the great thing is now with YouTube and everything else, you can go back and you can find highlights and you can see where he was compared to everybody else.
Yep. Pass into the slot, near side for McMahon. Dropped it back to the blue line. Riley holding. First power play is over. Second now in the shot that goes over top of the goal. Robertson corrals. Gets it back to Riley again. Top of the circles and goes to Robertson. Robertson turning with it. Trying to stretch things out. Got it into the slot area. Unable to shoot anything there was McMahon. He gives it back to Domi. Saucered back to Riley. Riley to Domi. He fakes the shot. Then let a wrist shot go. And that was deflected wide of the net. This power play has at least had some offensive zone time as it comes to Robertson again. A pass in for a deflection by McMahon. Went wide. Riley back to the blue line. Just kept in by Robertson. Down the right wing boards he comes. Robertson in along the wall is tripped up, and the Caps are going to send it out and down the ice. Minute 10 to go in the power play and 4:52 to go in the third. And the Maple Leafs with a 6-3 lead in Washington. Trying to go 1-1 on this 2-game road trip and win in the second game of the back-to-backs. Tavares against the boards. Got it back for Nylander. That fight continues. Nylander unable to get to it. Capitals break it out at center with Malenstein. Malenstein with a pass on the left wing. Garbosa couldn't get a shot. It comes to the side of the Leaf goal, and it's cleared up on the near wing, and now Matthews starts out with it. Half a minute to go in the power play. Matthews across the line. He has 2 on the night. Tried to play it back. Deflected out at center, and Nylander turns back. Now, missing Mitch Marner here is a huge part. Here are the Leafs with it in a backhand tie. Tavares scores. Wasn't pretty, but it was effective.
Leafs finally cash in on one with the extra man, and it's John Tavares who scores his 8th power play goal of the season. And for Tavares, we've been singing his praises of late. That's now 11 goals in his last 20 games.
And he's got a 3-point night tonight.
And back-to-back 3-point nights for John Tavares. Which would put you right on track for a point a game in the last 20. As he gets the puck, takes it to the net, and a sharp angle on the left wing side, and a little forehand backhand stab that gets it past Charlie Lindgren, who's really had a tough night in goal for Washington, hasn't he?
23rd of the season for Tavares. As Jimmy mentioned, that's his 8th power play goal of the season. And with 3:36 to go, another high stick coming up and clipping Connor Timmins this time as it comes to the near side for Ovechkin. Ovechkin drops it back to the point. Cleared into the corner once more, and off a stick it goes to Nick Jensen, who shoots it on goal. And it's gloved there by Joseph Wall, and he will stop play. Leafs return home for the much-anticipated meeting with the Edmonton Oilers on Saturday night. And we'll have that action for you right here on The Fan as the Leafs tangle with Connor McDavid and company. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
MLB Network Radio gets you ready for opening day with a tour of spring training.
Baseball is back.
Hear interviews with all-stars.
This is Mike Trout. This is Bryce Harper. I'm Aaron Judge. This is Mookie Betts.
And insight and analysis of all 30 teams.
When I look at this rotation, I see it competing with some of the best rotations in baseball.
Listen to your favorite team's preview show right now on the all-new SiriusXM app. Just search Spring Training.
Hockey 24/7 on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91. And on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Andrew Burnett, head coach of the Nashville Predators. I think Roman Josi gets underrated nowadays.
I think maybe the consistency that he does it every year, you take it for granted a little bit. I mean, he's done everything in this game. His ability to raise his game is very unique. I've been around some really good, great defensemen. He's right up there with them, and he does get over them.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. Leafs Radio Network.
Austin Matthews had a 5-point night for the first time against the Anaheim Ducks. But has another one here tonight going as he assists on the Tavares goal, his 23rd.
Well, I'm currently conversing with my younger brother who criticized me not long ago for the 3-star selection.
Really? Why is that?
Well, I didn't like the choices.
Did you tell him we never criticize him in his police work?
Well, I did take 2 guys that weren't on the same team. The 2 that were playing.
Played around into the corner now for...
Apparently Gary Doak's been retired a while now. Yeah.
Yes.
Speaking of Bobby Orr, his longtime defense partner.
Yes, bouncing puck down into the Toronto zone. Corralled there by Noah Gregor, and he's going to skate it out at center. Gregor just lays it deep into Washington territory, and the Caps go back for it. Alexiev is around back of the net. Well, the Leafs have exploded for 3 goals in the third period after the Capitals' Alex Ovechkin narrowed the margin to 4-3. And the Leafs, prior to that, had not scored with a couple of power play opportunities. Well, they scored twice and then add another with the power play as McMahon shoots the puck deep into Washington territory. Puck along the boards. Matthews has a pair. Nylander along with McCabe, McMahon, and Bertuzzi and Tavares. Shot back down into Toronto territory. Under 2 minutes to play. Benoit takes his man to the boards. The Leafs unable to get the puck free. A shot from an angle went wide of the net. Taken by Miroshnichenko, and it is against the boards, but not out. Here's Sgarbossa with a pass to the near side in front of the net. Nicely intercepted by Timmins, and it's going to be played out at center ice by Robertson, but he didn't get it high enough. Now they'll get a break here as the Caps circle back in their own zone to make a change of players. So the Washington Capitals are not going to close on any ground on Philadelphia with 78 points or Detroit, who have 76. The Caps one back with 75. And the old adage holds true. A game after the long Western road trip is usually not one that you want to remember. And for Spencer Carbury and Kirk Muller and company, this is... probably one that they're going to have to just chalk up to that.
Yeah, and again, I mean, you don't play last night and fall out of a playoff spot with the Red Wings coming back. They scored the dying seconds against Columbus and then turned around and won it in overtime. And I'm sure most of the Caps were home watching that game. And then you're trying to build off the momentum of that 3-game winning streak coming back off the West Coast. And they're unable to do it. But it really does seem to be a thing, doesn't it?
It is. And you wonder why, but it holds true. It really does. And, you know, whether it's the honey-do list when you get back, you've been away, you spend more time, obviously, with family. And if you have kids, they take up some time, obviously.
There was only one way to get more data on that.
What's that?
Analytics.
Yeah. Is there another way of doing it?
Well, do you not think by now?
Someone would have figured it out, yes.
Yeah, sleep doctors.
What should you do? Don't come home.
Don't. Yeah, you and I haven't heard that one
before. Check into a hotel and just stay there. Final seconds ticking down. The Leafs with the puck in their own zone. Connor Timmins, who has been a nice addition tonight. out there for the final 10 seconds. He'll get the puck out at center. It's deflected down into Washington territory, and that will be that. The Maple Leafs pick up their 21st win on the road. And their 39th overall, their 87th point. And time now for the Molson 3 stars. And these better be really good, because you know someone's up there listening.
We're going to Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario for that, brother Brent.
Yep.
And we've agreed
Is he the
on
first
this.
star?
Yes. We've agreed on this. We're going to go star number 3. Could go Ovechkin, could go Willie Nylander. But John Tavares, as we've said, has really been good. The last 15, 20 games for the Leafs, he has a 3-point night, much like Willie Nylander. Is going to be star number 3. Star number 2, a very I shouldn't say quiet, because Max Domi's puck handling abilities were on display tonight. 4 assists for Max Domi, star number 2. And you got to go with Austin Matthews, 2 goals, 5 points in the night as star number 1. And the Leafs snapped their little mini losing streak. It ends at 2.
So the Leafs will return home after a couple of nights to entertain the Edmonton Oilers on Saturday evening. We hope that you will join us at that time. Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert coming your way with the post-game show after a 7-3 Maple Leaf victory. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is celebrating the best from this past season as we broadcast live from the 54th Annual 101 Awards in Kansas City.
To the 5, Lamar's in! Touchdown, Ravens!
We'll talk with the players and coaches who left their mark on the league in 2023, as well as honor the Super Bowl 58 champion Chiefs.
There is a back-to-back Super Bowl champion, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Tune in Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern on Channel 88 or anytime with the all-new SiriusXM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
The general manager of the Vegas Golden Knights, Kelly McCrimmon.
Vegas so quickly has become a place where players want to go.
Players appreciate that we're trying to win, and I think we've come to expect it. It's their livelihood and all of those things that go with it. So we try to do what we can to help that happen.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee. Because the real truth is this, they got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the SiriusXM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On.
Feel the passion of Major League Soccer all season long on SiriusXM FC.
Stupendously magnificent!
Every week, hear all the top matches, including every Inter-Miami game.
Messi, up, overhand!
And get analysis and insight from our team of experts like former MVP Tony Meola.
He looks so confident. It's starting to look so easy.
It's Major League Soccer's biggest season ever, and you can experience it on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, loose in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Kantai Tavares scores! wasn't pretty, but it was effective.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. We promised firepower in our pregame show, and you ended up getting it. A wild night in Washington, D.C. Leafs win 7-3 over the Caps. Added 3 goals in that third period. It got a little bit tense. It got a little bit close. Ovi did the best he could to will himself and this team as they try to find a playoff spot. He got 2 goals on the night, now 50 away from breaking the all-time record held by Wayne Gretzky. And you know, JD Bunkus won't like that when he gets on for Leafs Talk. But Matthews overall with a 5-point night, 2 goals tonight, 3 assists, and was a hat trick that was called back at one point. Max Domi, 4-point night as well. All apples filling in very nicely on Mitch Marner's spot. Willie with 3 points, John Tavares with 3 points, and overall a pretty happy night for Leafs fans. So let's take one last look at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary. Bet365 must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. Only one other game in action tonight. The Stars have a 5-2 lead over the Coyotes with about 10 minutes left in the third. Later on tonight, the Wild will face the Kings at 10 p.m. and the Maple Leafs get a 7-3 victory over the Washington Capitals. Leafs Talk with JD Bunkus and Sam McKee is up next. Thanks for listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs Talk. All right, it's win night.
Well, it's JD Bunkus and Sam McKee. Justin Border occasionally. Buckle up, 'cause it's a battle of wits. So if you're hungry for hockey, you gotta listen to this. After every game. After every game.
It's Leafs Talk, JD Bunkus, Sam McKee. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at JD Bunkus, at Sammy McKee. And hit the thumbs up if you're watching this live on YouTube right now. Subscribe and review. Do all those things. Fun one tonight. A nightmare for you and I personally watching Ovi score 2 goals. But
we can't start there. We'll get there.
Of course,
we can't
I'm
start
starting there. I said it was a nightmare for us watching him pot 2. You and I are both extremely committed, very publicly, to this guy not breaking the goal scoring record. But the Leafs won, and I thoroughly enjoyed this hockey game. It was a sloppy hockey game, but it was one hell of an entertaining one. I was glued.
I will say that I love my beloved Sportsnet and I love my beloved teammates, but they sent out a tweet that it's like the goal scoring GOAT scores a goal. It's like, no, he is not the GOAT. The man who is the GOAT at scoring the goals has the most goals of all time. He's still 49 ahead. Ovechkin is not the GOAT. There is literally a man with 49 more goals than Ovechkin. So please do not call him the GOAT of goal scoring because he is literally not that yet. Maybe he'll get there. When he scores 895, we can talk about him being the GOAT. But not right now, boys and girls. Not right now. He ain't the GOAT yet.
Yeah, I know there's somebody screaming right now doing the kind like, it's a harder era to score goals. Nobody cares.
I'm not having it.
Yeah, nobody cares. Nobody cares. If he misses it.
Scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen, scoreboard.
Brother,
Point up there.
If he misses it by 1, I'll never bend the knee. Never. I'll never bend the knee. I'll never have a single day where I admit that Ovi was the best goal scorer of all time.
I thought he got the 49 away tonight. I guess the second one was to get him to 50. Or was it? Or am I, is Jobo right now wrong?
I think it's 50 from the record, 49 from Ty.
Okay. The second one's to get to 50. Okay. Anyways, he's getting closer. He's getting precariously closer.
Yeah. He is. He's getting real close. He's getting real close.
And he's shameless. He's shameless.
Oh, we are starting with this.
This guy's firing back foot off fadeaways from the top of the, like, no chance of going in. Like, he's done this a lot in his career. I get it. Like, I clearly understand that he shot a lot and that's been but right now, combined with the, the slowed down nature, it's going to be a tough visual here for a few years. Because the Caps, they're going to stink.
Nobody will.
And their whole team is going to be like, their whole point of their team is to get him this record. And that's what their identity is going to be. The goal chase record team. And that's it. So Enjoy it.
Yeah,
Anyways,
I mean, they had won three. They had won 3 going into tonight. But I will say, I know it's not everything, and I know it's not a stat that people really care about anymore. But I think Ovi going into this game was a -22 or a -23. Like
I care about the high and low end of it. I've always said that about plus minus. I think the high and low end of plus minus, it's a very fine stat. Like if you're +3 or -3 or whatever for the full season, I don't think it's as telling. But if you're a +30 or a -21, for example, like Ovechkin, it's telling. But we let this get so personal tonight, starting here and doing this. I know. I'm sorry. Sorry, everybody.
I will say, buddy, we did get some tweets at us, and I got some messages. And
yeah, me too.
You and I both, when it happened, it was no,
painted in a corner.
Both of us just completely crushed. The first one is, since we're here anyways, let's just wrap it up. Because then we'll get into all the positive Leaf stuff, because there was a lot of good stuff tonight. Domi, he's the story of the game, obviously. Him and Matthews, just awesome stuff. But the first one is just he's taken a little bit of a brain dead penalty where he can't exit the zone. He's playing with the puck a little bit too long. And you'll see that from Knives for once in a while. The Leafs are just, bad at breaking pucks out. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. This is just the actual goal itself on the power play that we're running here. But I'm talking about him drawing the actual, giving up the power play. The next one, though, sorry, this is my closing thought. Benoit fans on a puck to clear the zone, and then on the second goal, he stuffs it into his own bench.
What was this?
I have no idea what the hell this was. Watching Benoit essentially give Ovechkin 2 goals tonight has changed the way I feel about Benoit. I'm done with him being a fan favorite. It's over for me. I was all excited about TJ Brody getting scratched, and then Benoit did this, which is that's Shacked and a fool. What do we do? What is that? What is that? I don't know how I've ever seen that before. That is outrageous. Just skating the puck into your own bench, into their own feet, and it turns it over to the grade 8. Benoit's out for me. Benny the Butcher, you're dead to me. It's over. I bring back Brody. He wouldn't do that.
I can't agree with you on all that, but it was definitely seeing your son do something really bad.
Oh, it was painful, man. I was no, son.
Oh, no. But that's a guy, what he's doing on that play, that's a guy who's pressing for ice time. And he's I got to do good stuff. And he's carrying the puck up. And he's like, oh, my God, I can't be doing this. This is bad. And then he gets caught in between all his guys on skates. And bang, Ovechkin back in the net. But,
dude, you know what that reminded me of? Him just as though he was falling asleep driving. And then he woke up oh my God, I'm driving. I'm driving.
It's like the guy that crashed into my parked car on Jane Street. He's like, oh, my God.
Exactly. That was him as that puck started to go the other way. And he was just reaching back, trying to fish to basically put put the toothpaste back in the tube. Okay, so the biggest takeaway from tonight, Matthews gets robbed of a hat trick because of old review, and we've said it now 20 times. As soon as the challenge comes in, it's done. It's no longer up for debate unless it's goaltender interference. It's over, right? It's going the other way. Bertuzzi doesn't drag his feet. All I could think of with the missing the hat trick, though, was, man, he got into a great spot. It was a great play created by Domi to keep the play alive here at the point. But how funny it must have been for the fans that threw their hats and got all excited, getting just burned by fans on the road. You know what I mean? You're on the road and you throw your hat and you celebrate that hat trick, and you must have been getting torn up by any funny Capitals fans around you.
I said that. I sent a tweet. I'm like, I'd be so sour if I threw my hat. Now you just got to go around the rest of the night, dirty old hat head. Yeah. If you're a follically challenged gentleman like my brother with no hair,
if you're a bald guy, that's the worst.
You're just going around no hat. I had a hat. I threw it. Hat trick? Yeah. No, it's a long story.
Yeah, it's actually tough, even if you're a Leaf fan that wasn't wearing a hat. Because you got to walk around the arena during the intermission, and everybody's like, "Where's your hat?" And you're like, "I didn't even bring a hat. I wasn't. I look at my hair. I was obviously not wearing a hat. Just opened you up for it." But I'll tell you this: here's my prevailing thought from the game. Domi can play with good players. He can play with Austin Matthews. He does a really good job at replicating some of what Mitch Marner can do. You and I have been crying for it all season long, but It really did make me wish, and I texted this in our group chat with you, Bourne and I, but it really did make me wonder what the Leafs would look like with just even a halfway capable third offensive center that they could use so that they could find a way to just experiment with splitting up the big three.
Because I've clearly been thinking about this throughout the whole game because I love the way the way Domi and Matthews are playing together. There is a undeniable chemistry when those two guys are on the ice. They look awesome together. There was just a lot of talk at the start of the preseason where they were going to try Willie at center. And it was a long conversation, and it was remember, he's like, we're going to really give it a try here. And then they did half a preseason game, and then they never went back to it. In these games,
I can't believe how much I talked about on my show, actually. I'm pretty embarrassed about it in hindsight.
No, it's crazy. Yeah. But like in these games here, down the stretch where they're meaningless, like we've been talking about, if you're going to be tinkering with all this crap anyway, when Marner gets healthy, try Marner and Nylander at center and try it. And try to go 1, 2, 3 with Matthews on the top line, Marner and Nylander together, and Tavares as your third line center. And if you want to have them all three, like you're not necessarily splitting them all up, but it's three centers down the middle, and Nylander's a natural center. There's always been this talk. That's the only thought that I had instead. And I heard you talking with Myrtle today about how it was a miss to not get a real center like the Henrique thing or whatever, which is a great point. And it's one that's really stuck out to me when I've seen Domi and Matthews' chemistry. But if you really want to get nuclear here, try Nylander at center again. Probably won't work, but give it a go with Marner.
Yeah, I can't imagine that you'd ever trust that come playoff time. You know what I mean? Like
maybe not.
It's
but if you have Marner out there who's a way more defensive, responsible guy, you put somebody else in the other wing. Listen, I'm just grasping at straws to keep Domi and Matthews together. And there's always been this flirtation of trying Nylander at center. You've got these pointless games. See if it works down the stretch. That's my only thought.
I think that, first of all, they scored with 14 seconds in the hockey game tonight. So they just come out and it's just guns ablazing, boom, boom.
Yeah.
The Domi pass to him is underrated. Like
it's a great play.
Great play, dude. Like goes and makes it happen. The one that should have been a hat trick, it's Domi. What? Like he was just buzzing tonight. He was everywhere. And this is what we've been saying. He's the kind of guy that you clearly have to give a meaningful offensive role to if you're going to have him at all. It never made sense to have Max Domi toiling away on a third line that was going to be playing 11 minutes a night and giving him, like, this guy played with David Kampf this year. Look how badly he loves to make plays. Look how good he is at making plays. The way he reads the puck in the offensive zone, the way that he's just able to like make these beautiful pillow passes. Bang, dude. That's nasty stuff. So kudos to Domi for sticking with it. Never complained, never really showed frustration at any moment. You and I both have our gripe with him, which is we think that he should shoot the puck more and that he's never going to be the zone exit king. He's always going to struggle in the board battles, and the defensive zone gets hemmed in. It looks ugly sometimes, but boy, if you're not playing for anything down the stretch here other than health, right? You're in the full dog days. It sucks. It sucks. I don't know how Sheldon Keefe could possibly not want to continue to experiment with this look. Like, keep this rolling, baby. Keep Max Domi up with Austin Matthews and let it run.
Yeah, and even if you're going to stick, like, this is the problem, right? Then what you brought it up is that if you want to play Domi with Matthews and Marner when they come back, which to me really feels like it could be a perfect line, then you're a center short. So that's the only reason I thought about the Nylander thing. But yeah, man, I thought Bertuzzi, once he got onto the ice, and we can mention that a little bit later in a more of a rapid fire thing.
Yeah,
I thought he was impactful. I thought he was impactful when he got out there. So he ends up scoring on an unbelievable pass from Matthews. It's clearly that, Matthews was playing with Holmberg and Bertuzzi there, and there was zero chemistry or whatever. I think we all have
no good.
No, stop that. But it's pretty clear, like, we all have the narrative about, he needs Marner, and people love to say that or whatever. But he needs some skill in his line. Like, it's like any good goal scorer, any good player wants to play with another good guy who can snap it around to them. Bertuzzi and Holmberg just weren't doing it. Like, they just weren't getting him the puck in the right spots. He still found a way to score a little bit. But God, if you're watching on Sportsnet Plus and YouTube, that's such an amazing pass.
So nice.
It just shows you that Domi has the skill level to play with these guys. And when he's playing with a guy like Matthews, you kind of hide some of the parts of his games that you don't like.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah, I totally agree. Anyway, I had a thought tonight watching it where I went, I actually really like Tavares with Nyes and McMahon, like having him with the two jobbers and the guys who just go and chop and dig and, go in the corners and dig it and go get it for him. I actually like Bertuzzi playing with Nylander ultimately, even though now it's pretty clear Bertuzzi's just going to fit everywhere and look awesome for you in the postseason. Yeah. This was always the take. Why I'm so glad again. I never wavered, despite all the struggles. Thank God.
We thought about wavering. We did. We thought we had some nights after some of those dark ones where we're like, I want to love this guy, but it's hard. We had a few of those nights, but we never fully went. Like Gunner called him Clarkson at one point, so it's like, oh boy, we don't have that one on the old record. So
the guy who gets super mad and boils over about everything in 2 seconds had a bad take. Shocked. I'm blown away.
Sorry, Gunner. I know you love the show. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's said with love. Yeah. I did think it would be cool to get actually even a look at a Marner Matthews Domi line and just show me what it looks like at some point. The last point I'm going to say about Domi too, and we're doing too much of a gush fest, but hell, this is Leafs talk and it's after a win. So let me gush. Yeah. When he dances over does that little dance over on the Bertuzzi goal, he's just happy. I feel like out of all the guys that have been on the Leafs in the last, 8 seasons, he's got to be one of the top dressing room, locker room guys that they've got going. Like, it just seems like all his teammates love him. I've met him a couple of times. He seems like a good guy, like the interactions that I've had with him, which have been brief and minor, but he just seems to have the right kind of pick up the teammates' energy, happy, good vibes type of player. Like, there's something about it. I think that if you're talking about the Leafs, if you're worried about the Leafs getting too tight in playoff matchups, having a guy like that who plays with that kind of energy and the passion is important to me. It's not everything, but I'm giving it a slight import.
Absolutely. I think, buddy, there's I've known Domi's game over his whole career. Clearly, I've watched him play a ton of hockey, but not every single night on the team that you follow. And I think I've finally kind of gotten to the comfort zone where I know exactly what he is. I know what he can bring. I understand his role. And I just really love the kind of stuff he brings. Think of the guys he's gone after this year. He went after Gudas. He went after Marchand. He went after Sam Bennett. He got the wheels beat off him by Sam Bennett, but good on him. He went after him. And he tried to do the head rub thing after where he was making fun of him for being bald, which is great chirp. Can't hate on that one.
But everybody was doing all the Capitals fans were doing all the bald Leaf fans tonight. That's for sure.
They were patting them on their little bald heads after they threw their hat. Yeah. So I'm fully down for a Domi gush fest, man. I've really come to like him a lot, and I would like to see him be here past this season. Like I like him a lot. He's a good player, and I understand his game. And I've completely accepted the faults, and I'm ready to embrace this guy come playoff time.
Yeah, I just think if you're going to re-sign him, it does have to be with the thought long-term of being like, okay, you're probably not going to trust him at center. And maybe he does have that role come playoff time. Maybe that's going to happen, whether it's because of an injury or just the way that they try to balance the lines ultimately. But yeah, if you can find a way to have him playing in your top 6 and giving him some time out at the wing and having him sort of be flexible with some of these other dudes, I think it would be a great signing for this team. And I would imagine, given the last contract, that this is a guy who gets it and is probably not going to try and break the team bank for a contract. My guess is he's not going to do a video after he signs a record-breaking contract and say that it was always Ontario and that he loved Ontario and he would have never considered anywhere else, even though he took them all the way for as much money as he could possibly get,
Yeah, I would imagine he wouldn't do that. I mean, he did play for the Knights.
Who would do that? I don't know, but
he played for the Knights. That's what they teach him down there in London. So maybe that's why he would have done that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a precedent. I gotta say, okay. Do you want to do like a bunch? There's a bunch of things from this. Do you want to do Matthews? Like, is there anything to say? Like, he's awesome.
Well, yeah, I think, he's great. He's great. And it was nice to see him look great again because we had we had a couple weeks there where it was, he had the flu and it felt like it was like that flu was stretching out a little bit. The flu had gone on a bit there, and it's nice just to see him look dominant, and he looked dominant tonight. And I think he gets it. He's playing against Ovi. He's in Ovi's building. He scores 2. He should have had 3. He looked really pumped up about that third one. Matters to him. So I like to see him rise to the occasion like that. You think the one in Chicago where he's doing the ear stuff when they played Kane, he always rises to the occasion against McDavid. Like, he gets it. So I like the flair for the dramatic. But if I had to say my favorite thing from this game tonight would be the way they flipped the switch from last night and flipped the narrative from the crappy starts to periods to completely changing that and having great starts to periods where they score in the first minute and they score at the start of the second period and they're locked in to start these periods. They score at the end of the second too, to kind of put it away. Domi shoots one off McCabe and in. Domi from McCabe, feel like I'm back in 2001 here all of a sudden, but it's nice. I like the way they flipped the script from last night, where that was one of the things that pissed me off, was the attention to detail at the start of the game. Second half of a back-to-back, I know it's not the prettiest one, but they get them early and it kind of puts them to bed. I was impressed by that.
Yeah. I did like just even too that there were some sloppy moments from the Leafs tonight. Like let's not sugarcoat it. There definitely were, but it was more so than the early goals. It was the fact that they responded right away and just went, no, we're not letting you up. Like you're feeling like you're gonna be back in this game, Washington, and bang, bang.
Mm-hmm.
It was always a response from them, which is good. I agree with you about the Matthews stuff. He really does. He's done a better job. I know that obviously they got called out after the Colorado game, and that was a tough one in terms of just getting the break speed off of him by the opposing top line. He does a good job, I think, in general, of getting up for games like this in the regular season. The problem, if I was going to say if there is one, and I don't want to overly illustrate this when, he had a 5-point night and he was +4 and great, is that to me, it's like you just need to see it against the Bruins in those hard matchups where he doesn't fade away in 100%. Those things, right? It's like that's 100%. The one where you want to see it. And
Bruins and Panthers, basically.
Yeah, that's it. Right. Exactly right. We've seen it against Ovi. We've seen it against McDavid. We saw it the last game against Colorado. And now you just kind of want to see it. You won't be able to this year.
Against Tampa. Saw it against Tampa in the first round last year where he finally kind of broke through against them and he was great. But it's those 100%. Two teams, really. It's really Boston and Florida.
I will say, though, that there's an added layer to Boston for me just because of the psychological stuff. There's enough people around hockey that are smart that have told me that they think it's a thing. Enough people who've played the game, coached the game, I can't ignore it. I can't say that it's all just a nothing burger and that, I want to see it. I want to see it.
But that's who wouldn't think that's a thing? Is there somebody who doesn't think that's a thing?
I think that it's okay. Can I tell you? I think that it's probably a little bit of an overplayed thing, actually. And so sometimes the zag is to say it's not a thing, and then you end up with those two things. I'm not trying to strawman. That's my position. Here's my other thought from tonight, though, because Matthews was awesome. I never really bought the whole he needs Marner stuff. I just think, guys, when you're a massive goal scorer who can rip up that many, anytime you go through a couple games without one, people tend to overreact a little bit. The Bruins stuff was, I think, clear and obviously tough. There was the flu excuse. You're right. It went a little long. So it was worth talking about. But ultimately, I think there's enough of a track record of Austin Matthews that he's going to score with you and I out there. He's going to find ways to put pucks in the back of the net. The thing that is surprising me as of right now is the guy who continues to be their best player. Well, not best, but numerically 5-on-5 expected goals for in March, who now has 7 points in his last 3 games. Nice little goal tonight. The captain, John Tavares, he's looking good, man. He's looking like he's got his confidence back, which is shout out to Christopher Stieg, who does my pod, every couple of weeks. And he kept saying it over and over again. Hey, you guys keep saying this guy lost a step. It's always the wrong take with Tavares. His skating was never that strong. It's a confidence issue. It's a confidence issue. Lo and behold, he starts putting some points up and he looks like same old self, John Tavares.
That's a nice goal. If you're watching,
that's a pretty goal.
Off the skate, right back to the backhand, top corner, opposite side. Love that from him. Yeah, and this is when
all the goals were pretty.
Yeah, the Leafs were just flex. No, they were flexing tonight, big time. At least we're showing off. The ugly one was the Domi one off McCabe, kind of filtered.
Yeah,
to the
sorry.
net.
That one was. Yeah, that one was.
But it's nice to see Tavares come around here, and I think if you look at the schedule. It's, you talk about how it's not that he's lost a step, but he's getting up there. Yeah. And there's been it was a bit of a quieter stretch there for a while.
For sure.
Like they went and they played that crazy stretch of games where they played the 4 in the week, and was it 7 and 10, like in 11 nights? It was a crazy stretch that they had. And they, now that they've kind of slowed down the schedule since that break, I think Tavares has really improved. And to me, going down the stretch here, I think it's a chance, if you're kind of like we've talked about how you're set in stone, if you're kind of playing a couple second half of back-to-backs or whatever, like wouldn't mind him getting another night off here or there. Nothing like a healthy scratch like they did with TJ Brody, but just he's the type of guy to me that can really, he's like, who was the guy on 6 days rest or 5 days rest? Like the difference was it Gosman that on the 6 days rest, he was unbelievable. 5 days rest, he wasn't quite as good. It was somebody last year with the Jays. I think it was maybe Gosman. I can't remember. Anyways.
Yeah, I
he
can't
just
remember either.
really,
I remember it was the
to
actual
me,
opposite with what's his name, Ryu.
Yeah, but he's noticeably better with a better rest. Like noticeably better, more pop in his game. And you think about when the playoffs start, I think the season ends on the Wednesday or the Thursday, and then they probably won't play again till Monday. So it's a nice long break for them heading into that start of the playoffs. I'm just really hoping to get Tavares as much rest as possible for the playoffs, because there's no denying that when he's rested, he's a much more effective player. He was awesome again tonight. And he was good last night, I thought, too. He had moments last night where I thought he was really good. So good back-to-back for the captain.
To me, I think personally we over-concern ourselves a little bit with rest. I definitely agree with you that the course of a season wears down older players. But for me, Tavares, it is. I think a big part of it was a confidence issue that he's been down on himself at years. And the doubt probably does creep in a little bit differently as you age in professional sports. How could it not? Especially when he starts to get taken off the power play, right? And he's a victim of those kind of scenarios. But the other thing too is he's probably not as good of a player, but he's getting better matchups and he's feasting on the matchups. And that's one of the things that you were always hoping for with John Tavares. That was always supposed to be the play that the Leafs had with these two at center, was that you couldn't just match up with one of them. The other one was going to end up feasting. And so far, this last little stretch for Tavares, been that stretch being March, which we're now 20 games into, he's been brilliant 5-on-5. So guy deserves a bunch of credit. If you get this version of him night in, night out with that kind of impact, you're going to have a much better shot at winning, and it's going to make your formula look a lot better. Okay. Anything else for you? Rapid fire?
Well, I don't know. You probably get more into this on your pod tomorrow. We'll probably talk about it a little bit more length on Real Kipper and Born. It's a bigger picture, but the scratch of Brody and, Timmins coming in. I know I didn't really notice Timmins a lot.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. I think a guy that hasn't played in, 2 months, guy that's had mono, guy that hasn't been able to get into the lineup, not noticing him is an ideal scenario. But to me, I didn't miss TJ Brody a whole lot. I'm sure. Well, you're gonna say what? Because of the
worst player.
Yeah, I know. He was not great. He still ended up a +1, I guess. Like
he literally put 2 pucks in the back of the net. One with a wave on an exit, and the other one on an exit that he skated in his own bench. Anyway, I did notice Benoit actually a couple times tonight in not great ways, and
he's pressing.
Listen, what?
He's pressing. He's pressing because he wants to stay in the lineup bad, and he's pressing.
Of course,
it's happened. He's not playing the same game he was when he was playing well for the Leafs.
Bro, I've loved. Listen, you and I have been the Benoit show all year long.
Yeah,
I just think it's fair to mention that he wasn't very good tonight. And listen, they had to take TJ Brody out. I saw somebody's tweet. Again, I'd love to give him credit, but I didn't, and I forgot to actually write it down and look into it myself and double check the numbers. But pretty sure that if you go with the 3 guys that he's played the most minutes with this season, with him playing with them, the expected goals goes down, and whenever they remove Brody, it goes up. And part of that is definitely unfair because it's situational, right? Brody plays a lot of matchups. So whenever he's playing with any of those guys, he's likely getting more difficult matchups and playing stronger offensive players. And that's the part of it that you can't quantify is the situation on those. It's not like DVOA in football. It's just not a perfect stat. But listen, man, he's been fighting it. He's looked pretty dreadful.
Bad.
And I really don't mind.
Really bad.
I really don't mind the coach, even just from a mental standpoint, going, hey, man, take a beat. Well, you're not, obviously you're going to be on the team. Like it's not going to, he's not going to be gone forever, but he's going to get there. So anyway, It was Nylander
yeah, so
Hughes that tweeted that apparently from Jobo.
What a handle.
Yeah.
What a handle.
Those are usually the handles of people that, you know,
I mute.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the Bertuzzi thing weird.
Well, I mean, until we get an explanation.
Has there been anything, Jobo? I don't know if Keith has spoken yet.
Joe, keep an eye out for that in the post game because that definitely was weird. Here's what I will say. You know,
Did you see my tweet, my Zapruder film tweet?
No, what was it?
So I was watching at the start of the game, and I just during the anthem, or sorry, right before they did the moment of silence for Chris Simon, the trainer came up to Keefe, and him and Keefe had like this somewhat spirited conversation right before the game starts, which to me is a little bit weird. Like, I don't know why, you know, it was just like he came over to him. He was kind of like using his hands, talking to him a bit. Like, it was a little bit spirited. So I don't know if it was an equipment issue. He did something to his groin in warm up or did something to his knee in warm up. Maybe he had the trots. Maybe the trainer saw him, I don't know, do something bad in the back. Maybe he was hacking a dart in the shower and the trainer saw it and he told him. I don't know what happened, but it just was a little bit of a weird start to the game where he was kind of talking to him. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm looking at it now.
Keefe says Bert was feeling under the weather. Why he started late.
Looked fine, but yeah, that's okay. Maybe he did. Maybe he trots. Like, that's what I would think.
He had the craps.
Yeah,
bad shellfish.
I'm glad that he actually said something because I thought that there was nothing more infuriating today than watching the Philly media try to ask John Tortorella about the actual scratching of Couturier, only for him to be furious at them about it for even asking and going, it's not about the team, it's between me and Sean, and everybody shut up and nobody even talk to me about it. So what are you guys doing here? Why are you even trying to do it? Like, give me the heebie-jeebies, man. It's honestly was one of the, I can't stand the guy. Cannot stand the guy. It was awful look.
Oh, that was one of the most absurd things ever. Like, first of all,
he makes it about him, and then he's like, what are you doing?
Making it all
about me.
Yeah. You didn't scratch Bobby Brink, bud. You scratched the captain.
Ugh.
So
just the way he looks at people, though, like with the contempt and the disgust to media members who are asking about the biggest story in Philly hockey, and like the way he stares them down and looks at them like they're subhuman is abhorrent behavior. Like, I just think that you should at least give your respect on the job. To do that with someone, to treat them that way, I think anyway, I don't care how much he likes dogs and the troops. I hate that stuff.
I was gonna say he's Babcock who likes dogs. That's what it is. The last thing I wanted to bring up is that I sent a tweet about this. So I want to bring it up with you. The Washington Capitals started the evening in a playoff spot.
Yeah.
And we're talking about expansion.
Yeah.
It's like, are you kidding me? That team stinks. Yeah. And like, I don't want to take away anything from the Leafs tonight because I thought their big guys rose to the occasion. And that team's, fighting for a playoff spot and they're desperate. And, their Leafs are on the second half of back-to-back, whatever. But God, they are awful. And their goaltender that was supposed to be one of the hottest guys in the league was no good. Like, I was stunned by how bad they were for a lot of that game.
I think I've, joked about this with you before. I'm sure I have. But so, like, when I played hockey, I was a goalie for, Team Yukon for a little while. And it's like, that's a travel team. And so, we would go and we would play teams from BC and from Alaska and from, Alberta. And they would just pump us, like we'd get on a bus ride for 30 hours just to be food for somebody. And it was horrific. But that I felt for Charlie Lindgren because that was the Bunkus special, was like 7 goals and looking at the bench being like, now, and then being like, no.
Yeah, why didn't they pull him? That's crazy. They didn't pull him.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I was like, that's the only time I'll ever relate to an NHL player is watching him let in 7 and not get the mercy of getting to skate off. It was like, okay, that's good stuff. Anyway, all right. Anything else for you?
I'm trying to think if there's anything glaring that we missed. No, we started off hot, hammering Ovi, and then finished off hot by talking about how crappy his team is. Oh, yes. No, I did have something. I'm glad I remembered. We have given Kyle Dubas a lot of crap over our careers, but I'm telling you right now, the last trade deadline that he was here, he made by far the best trade of his career, getting a first-round pick for Rasmus Sandin, who then they signed for a absurd contract. And then the Leafs took Easton Cowan, which was not Dubas, so you can't give him credit for that. The Leafs got Easton Cowan, who was one of the best prospects in the league, and they traded him for Rasmus Sandy. That is probably, no, not probably. That is most definitely Dubas's best trade as Leafs general manager.
Really tough bar to go over for him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Hey, listen, I'm turning a new leaf. Leaf.
This is actually a good way for me to promote my podcast tomorrow because I already did my taped interview. Tomorrow I have Mike Bibby and I have Dave Damashek.
Bibby, love that. Zona.
Yeah, Bibby, it's college basketball time. And anyways, Bibby was like a hero of mine growing up, right? It was
For
like,
sure.
He was a point guard hero. I loved Mike Bibby. So that was one where it's a little, nerve-wracking. You get ready for those ones because you put yourself back into boy shoes where you're like, I was reading about you in Slam Magazine. And
that's the first that's the first March Madness game I ever watched was that final. Yeah. What year was that? I don't know when that was.
That's 97.
Yeah, so that was the first one I ever watched.
Yeah. So 97 is when, same with me, it was the first time they beat 3-1 seeds. I was a little kid. My uncle went to Arizona University, so we were like tuned in for Zona. But with Damashek, I had him on because I want to talk, Steelers QBs and Pittsburgh's situation, and I want to talk Kyle Dubas with him and Sid and get into everything. And we were all over the map. Great conversation.
He's the man. Yeah.
Dude, he's the best. He's one of my favorite guests. I highly suggest people listening to the interview. Like, I really, really enjoyed it. Damashek is great. But we get into Dubas, and yeah. I would say that Damashek is the face of Pittsburgh sports. It's him and Jersey Jerry. Like, but Jersey Jerry's not on the Pens, like Jersey Jerry's just Pittsburgh Steelers, blue collar, no doubt about it. But yeah, it's Damashek. I don't know if Pittsburgh's pretty stoked about it after like the Gensel thing. I think got into bringing in Bunting. That's a tease. I don't think everybody was like, oh, good.
This is what we got.
Yeah,
Bunting was good. He had a couple good games in a row though, so maybe that trade will be a stroke of genius.
Listen, Bunting. I think Bunting was better when you got him for $1 million. All right, what do we got?
Thanks.
Let's wrap up.
Thanks, Jobo.
Oh yeah,
the reminder.
Nice we had to talk about. Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Chat.
Slash him in the face. Slash him in the face on purpose, 100%.
Yeah, great.
He just slashed him in the mouth.
Yeah. Hey, guess what? Tom Wilson has a pretty long track record of getting mad and doing dumb stuff, and put this on the list.
Just buries him from behind, and then bang! Oh my god!
Got to tell you too, if you're Gregor, you're almost like, just knock my teeth out. Don't break them. Now I got to go through. Just awful. I hope that they're not in too bad a shape, but that is just vicious, dude. And yes, clearly, I don't think he does it on purpose in the sense of he wants to, get it right across his face like that. But I think he's being reckless with the stick because he's frustrated and he's taking a hack at him. But it's the same thing with Morgan Riley in the sense of, I think it runs a little high, the stick higher than he anticipated. That's why right away he grabs me. He's like, oh my God, I'm sorry. But then it was funny too, because he is looking at the ref being like, he did something too. It's like, buddy, you smashed him in the face.
What did he do?
Full swing. Yeah. Nothing.
I think I wouldn't mind old Willie sitting one for that, maybe. I think he could maybe sit one.
Hey, listen, it's the big thing, the big hullabaloo down at the NHL GME is making fun of these guys all week, just getting their awesome vacation time, making it seem like it's for the betterment of the game. Is no more legs over the boards. They're just like, oh, that was the amount of conversations I had with hockey fans being like, we got to get rid of legs over the boards. Like we just can't have it anymore. This is a scourge of our game. They did that. I honestly looked at it like, is this the Onion? Is this, am I getting pranked? Is someone doing a fight? Is it okay? Apparently there's going to be maybe some LTIR stuff down the line. So they're at least starting the cover. But the big news was that basically everybody took Peros into a room and just went to town on what a horrible job he does. So yeah, maybe Peros just gives the game here. I don't know. It just do whatever you want. Player suspensions at this point are so infuriating. I don't think there's any rhyme or reason. I think it's the dumbest department ever. I think it's awful. Everybody involved, the complainers, the people who get angry, Peros, the teams bitching about it. Do whatever you want. I'm out. I'm tapped out. Like, do whatever you want. Suspend him for life. I don't care.
I don't know. They should just, but like they made the toughest guy the suspension guy. Maybe they should make like a guy who got hit all the time, the suspension guy. Like, what's Dean McCammon up to? Like, can he do it? He used to just get buried by the guys all the time.
Yeah,
like,
Labushkin is going to be the future head of
Labushkin just sitting there being like, 4 games.
This one bad too.
Yeah. Okay, let's wrap up. Let's get out of here. It's a long one. And we're back for a double dip this weekend. Of course, they have 2 games during March Madness first weekend.
I forgot about that.
I hope whoever scheduled the Sunday game for first weekend of March Madness is put in prison for life, and we never hear that
is brutal.
Jail for Carolina Hurricanes at 6 p.m. Jail, just horrible stuff.
Yeah, scheduled loss for the Leafs after a Saturday night game against the Oilers, like 6 o'clock puck drop.
I'm telling you right now, Sammy, if you start doing, I forgot at the end of those episodes.
Hey, it's Oilers on Saturdays.
And guess what? Leafs Oilers is so sexy that it's like I won't even I'll be fine. I'll be fine with my 2.5 days of March Madness, settle in for some hockey, break up, watch McDavid and Matthews go head to head. But yeah, Carolina Hurricanes on a Sunday when I'm just trying to enjoy my Sunday March Madness is offensive to me. I just
get ready for a 7-minute Leaf talk that night, fans.
Yeah. Enjoy. Subscribe and review. All right, we'll see you Saturday for the Oilers game.
Move up to Heathwood. Hi, I'm Hugh Herwin. Experience true luxury at Williamsburg Green in Kitchener. Williamsburg Green is everything you want in a community. Enjoy fabulous trails, parks, playgrounds, sports areas, and more. Our beautiful all-brick homes include luxury features you've always dreamed of, even a fully finished lower level. It's time to move up to Heathwood. Learn more at heathwood.com.
We interrupt this commercial break for an important news bulletin. Desjardins Insurance was spotted downtown helping everyone in its path. Unpredictable weather, fallen tree branches, wayward baseballs flying towards second-story windows. Desjardins Insurance is helping Canadians through it all. Is there nothing this large and friendly ally won't do for neighbors in need? Never before have we seen insurance with a heart so big it shows.
Desjardins Insurance, home and auto. Learn more at desjardins.com/heart.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, we can expect more thunderstorms as the evening approaches, and then overnight... Oh, hold on. Yeah, can I get 2 number 6s with a side of curly fries? Hold the onions, please. Yeah.
Harold, are you in the drive-thru right now?
Jim, no one listens to this. Oh, thank you. Yep, great.
Weather reports don't matter when you drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
But, that's kind of where they're at, man. They got all those bad, like Logan Couture. Now, the concern about Logan Couture, Dave, is his career might be over. Health-wise for him. So, they'll have an LTI space, but they're not going to spend at a cap. Like, why would they? The team's terrible. So, what they have to do is try to at least get guys on short-term deals like Chicago's doing, right, to at least give a semblance of professionalism in your room around your young players. Have guys like Nick Foligno and other guys who are true pros, and you pay him $4 million a year because you got all the cap space in the world, but like Vlasic's a $7 million player. Hasn't been a $7 million player for 4 years. There's another cautionary tale of, I think the one mistake in hockey, and more organizations need to inherit the Bill Belichick. And bordering on Vegas. Vegas is the one team that isn't afraid to be like, hey, nothing personal here, but guess what? If we don't think you can do it anymore, they went out and got Thomas Hertl, basically telling the guys on their team now, well, we're not going to re-sign all. Like Jonathan Marchessault, you're probably done. Right? They don't have money. They can't afford them.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, March the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Washington Capitals take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Capitals on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 950, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Stars on XM 219, Internet 929, Penguins on Internet 942. 9 p.m., Colorado Avalanche take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 927, Blue Jackets on Internet 928. 10 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Seattle Kraken. Coyotes on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 921, Kraken on Internet 944. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, March the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Washington Capitals take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Capitals on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 950, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Stars on XM 219, Internet 929, Penguins on Internet 942. 9 p.m., Colorado Avalanche take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 927, Blue Jackets on Internet 928. 10 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Seattle Kraken. Coyotes on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 921, Kraken on Internet 944. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, March the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Washington Capitals take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Capitals on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 950, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Stars on XM 219, Internet 929, Penguins on Internet 942. 9 p.m., Colorado Avalanche take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 927, Blue Jackets on Internet 928. 10 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Seattle Kraken. Coyotes on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 921, Kraken on Internet 944.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 86, and the SXM app.
The rebuild continues in La Belle Province. Connor McKenna is one of the co-hosts on the morning show on TSN 690 All Sports Radio in Montreal, and he joins Boomer Gordon on the point on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, to go over another season of rebuilding for the Canadiens.
I sometimes don't know where the Montreal Canadiens are in their development. When you assess this season, what do you think Habs management wanted this season to be? And if you are giving them truth serum, even though it's not going to be a playoff year, do you think enough good things are happening right now that they would consider this year a success?
Short answer, yes. And, longer answer is that Martin St. Louis was interviewed yesterday, and he's been such a pleasure to cover and to listen to, and his insight's been so appreciated. And, he was musing about the last time the Canadiens and Bruins played each other and brought up the fact that the game went into the third period with the Bruins up a goal, and then things got out of hand, I think is what he says. And everybody in the room kind of had a laugh. What happened was the Bruins scored 4 unanswered goals and beat the Canadiens 9-4. And he talked about how that was a bit of a wake-up call for the group, that they really came together and played a lot better in the aftermath of that game. But I was kind of marveling at the fact that this is a team that finished 32nd 2 years ago, 28th last year, sit 27th in the standings right now, and the head coach is musing humorously and getting laughs about a blowout loss against their arch rivals. And nobody's in this city is batting an eyelash. People feel so good about the group that's running the show and believe in them that the fan base is on board. It's kind of an amazing thing to see, because I don't think in the history of the Montreal Canadiens we haven't really seen a rebuild. We don't know where this road ends, but I'd say that overall, of course, there are some dissenting voices out there who want to win now. But I'd say overall the buy-in from the fan base is remarkable.
Well, my thought is I think the rebuild should end soon, Connor, and this is one of the things I wanted to get in with you. It feels like the Canadiens have been stockpiling draft picks for about 8 years now, and the reason it feels that way is because they have been, and it's great to have a lot of picks. And I know there was a GM change a few years ago, so maybe you draw a line between the Bergevin era and the new administration and kind of a rebuild out of a rebuild. But at some point, we need to transfer those picks into players, and I know they're doing that now, and we got to turn those players into wins. So if I was a Montreal Canadian fan watching the deadline thinking, okay, great, we acquired a couple more picks, but we already have tons of picks. We have tons of picks this year, next year.
at some point we're going to need to win some hockey games, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I saw Kent Hughes being interviewed about this during the intermission on TSN the other night. And he told Kenzie Lalonde that the goal for next season is to be competitive and certainly not to finish in a spot where you're drafting 5th, 6th, or 7th overall again. And I think that's the way you handle that if you're Kent Hughes. You don't want to get into those kind of waters where you're saying, the goal next year is the playoffs. Well, if you do that in a market like this with the kind of scrutiny that the team is under and that every word the general manager utters is under, and you don't make the playoffs, or even if you say we want to compete for a playoff spot and then you don't compete for a playoff spot, they're going to hold your feet to the fire.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, March the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Washington Capitals take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Capitals on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 950, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Stars on XM 219, Internet 929, Penguins on Internet 942. 9 p.m., Colorado Avalanche take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 927, Blue Jackets on Internet 928. 10 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Seattle Kraken. Coyotes on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 921, Kraken on Internet 944. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, March the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Washington Capitals take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Capitals on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 950, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Stars on XM 219, Internet 929, Penguins on Internet 942. 9 p.m., Colorado Avalanche take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 927, Blue Jackets on Internet 928. 10 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Seattle Kraken. Coyotes on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 921, Kraken on Internet 944. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, March the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Washington Capitals take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Capitals on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 950, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Stars on XM 219, Internet 929, Penguins on Internet 942. 9 p.m., Colorado Avalanche take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 927, Blue Jackets on Internet 928. 10 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Seattle Kraken. Coyotes on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 921, Kraken on Internet 944.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio. SiriusXM 86.
In recent years, the Carolina Hurricanes have maintained their status as Eastern Conference contenders, and on the Sunday brunch on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, Canes television play-by-play guy Mike Maniscalco tells host Dave McCarthy that the team looks to be ready to take another shot at it in this year's postseason. He points specifically to a special team and to a couple of trade deadline pickups.
The penalty kill has been off the charts since early December, Dave. And now you get spoiled because you expect it every single game that they're going to do what they keep doing, which is shutting down the opposition's power play, which is what they've done. They don't cheat you on effort. They give you, this is what they're going to do. They're going to do this the same way. When they get it rolling, when they just keep the other team hemmed in their own end. Now, they're going to give up some chances because they let their D get aggressive and jump in on plays. But, the goaltending's been sharp. Basically, you're reading a really good book where the chapters keep moving by, and they're kind of similar, but that formula is what works and what keeps you turning the page, and that's what's been working for Carolina.
Yeah, I like what you said about effort. They never do cheat you on it, and the odd time they do, the head coach reminds them of it, and then they get right back to playing the way they need to play the next day. I mean, it's tough to look a guy like Rod in the eye and cheat the guy on effort. But look, man, when we have Don Waddell on the brunch, I keep telling folks, you got to listen, because he basically just comes out and tells us what he's going to do. We had him on a couple of weeks ago, and he said, well, I like our team, but I think we need to improve it a little bit. I want to go out and get a forward. I'd love to get a centerman, and that's exactly what he did. What does it tell you about the activity that he got up to at the deadline? That the Canes went out and got a guy like Jake Guentzel and got a guy like Evgeny Kuznetsov. So I guess about where they feel this team is at in terms of its ability to contend for a Stanley Cup.
Well, Dave, I'm going to use a phrase that had a lot of the Canes fans kind of wringing their hands and rolling their eyes, which is this front office, this coaching staff, liked the group, meaning they had confidence in the guys who were there, who were on the ice with how they were playing. But these two moves, because as everybody's saying, it's uncharacteristic for Carolina to do what they've done. Maybe at the trade deadline, but it hasn't been uncharacteristic for this team to go out in the offseason and add pieces. Adding, since Don Waddell has been named the general manager of the team, and you've got Rod Brindamore as coach. This is a group that's gone out and made a big trade where they traded Elias Lindholm and Noah Hannafin to bring in Dougie Hamilton and Michael Furland and the rights to Adam Fox. They've taken big swings. They did make a big deal, two big deals a few seasons ago when they brought in Vinny Trocheck and Brady Shea. So it's kind of this misnomer that they hadn't gone all in the last few as we were going to go playoff runs. And, the funny thing about it is this team wins every year in the postseason. It's not like they're 1-and-out. It's not like they're being swept. They've got 2 Eastern Conference final appearances in the last 5 seasons. So I don't know about, the metric system math, but that seems pretty good to me. But you're also in this phase of, if you don't get to the Stanley Cup final, what did your season do? Did you do enough? And I think that they looked around and saw what the prices were for that center and for a playmaker, a game breaker in Jake Guentzel. Both Kuznetsov and Guentzel are playoff performers. You take a look. The track record is there. The history is there.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, March the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Washington Capitals take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Capitals on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 950, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Stars on XM 219, Internet 929, Penguins on Internet 942. 9 p.m., Colorado Avalanche take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 927, Blue Jackets on Internet 928. 10 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Seattle Kraken. Coyotes on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 921, Kraken on Internet 944. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, March the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Washington Capitals take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Capitals on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 950, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Stars on XM 219, Internet 929, Penguins on Internet 942. 9 p.m., Colorado Avalanche take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 927, Blue Jackets on Internet 928. 10 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Seattle Kraken. Coyotes on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 921, Kraken on Internet 944. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, March the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m., Washington Capitals take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Capitals on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 950, Hurricanes on Internet 925. 8 p.m., Dallas Stars take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Stars on XM 219, Internet 929, Penguins on Internet 942. 9 p.m., Colorado Avalanche take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Avalanche on XM 220, Internet 927, Blue Jackets on Internet 928. 10 p.m., Arizona Coyotes take on the Seattle Kraken. Coyotes on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 921, Kraken on Internet 944.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Some hockey observers expressed surprise at just how busy Colorado Avalanche general manager Chris McFarland was as the trade deadline approached. But talking to host Dave McCarthy on the Sunday Brunch on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, Avs television broadcast crew member Kyle Keefe says McFarland simply knew what the team needed to remain Western Conference contenders and was doing his job in trying to get it.
Why do you think general manager Chris McFarland was as active as he was?
Well, it's kind of funny because I go back to the 2019-2020 Tampa Bay Lightning and the guys that they picked up with all of the talent that they had. And I think that the Avalanche learned in 2022 that depth and the idea of being an angry team wins in the postseason. You can have all the talent in the world. If you don't have those guys that will stick their teeth into something, you're not going to make it past round 2. And I think they addressed that, certainly with Brandon Duhaime and Jacques Trenet. And I think that idea that the third and fourth line can cause problems for other teams is the biggest sort of ingredient in winning long, drawn-out series against other teams. And I think that those two guys added that grit.
As soon as you said it, I'm like, yeah, that's the Avalanche, right? Like, there is this vibe about, and I think it probably comes from Nate McKinnon, right? Like, he always
100%.
seems like he's in an angry mood, and not in a bad way, but just like ultra determined and clearly just not here for a good time and lollipops and rainbows. Like, he's here to take a pound out of you and stand over you and scream at you while he's doing it. And I really do think that filters on down through the team.
Exactly. And to be honest, it filters through the media. I mean, I don't
know about that, because you and Moj and McGahey and Katie are always perpetually very effervescent individuals.
I would agree with you, but there is a timidness, for lack of better words, when you go around Nathan McKinnon, that you're going to respect him no matter what. So the joking sort of takes a back seat when you're around him, because he, I'm not saying he's not a fun-loving guy, but it's all business with him. And I think, who's going to benefit the most maybe from this? And I hesitate to say it a little bit because I'm not sure exactly of the culture in Buffalo, but Casey Middlestat, I think, will benefit from being around Nathan McKinnon and sort of the attitude that there is one